For the folks that are in the room, we are at 5:05. We let the room just kind of warm up as students trickle in for season number 3. We are just 2 minutes away from bringing up some of the key people that make season 3 happen. We're going to have a quick introduction and then we're going to get going. Do me a favor, like and retweet the room. When you retweet it, post with a comment. Let folks know that they can build their own community step by step with us for the next 6 weeks. We'll be talking much more about this. Great to see everybody in the room. Again, we'll be starting in just a few minutes. Brian Orr, I saw your comment, my friend. We are here. We are ready to rock. We are just letting students trickle on in. All right, folks, we are there and we are at the time. We are going to go ahead and kick this event off. Great to see everybody who is in the room. This is it. This is it. We are here for season 3 of Idea to Impact, an amazing series that has continued to flourish over the last couple months. And here we are kicking off season number 3, week 1. Folks, this is building a community platform on WordPress, brought to you by the Tech in Schools Initiative, DigitalOcean, cPanel, Cisco. And I want to take a moment to also shout out our dear Sarah H., who is on stage making this happen as well. I don't want to make you guys wait anymore. We're going to get right into this. Communities are incredibly important. We talked about this last week on the ITT. We've talked about this many times in this community. However, this is an opportunity for each and every one of you to build your own community, your own platform. There has never been a better time to connect, to learn, to collaborate in every domain, in every industry. Somebody is interested. This is your opportunity to bring people together, to set the standard, and to have some fun. I want you guys to take this opportunity seriously, but also have some fun with it. Look, a key note that I want to give you guys is you're not alone in building your communities. Okay, you're not alone during or after. The TSI group is here. We have Morgan up on stage here in a moment, Sarah as well. And then I want to point out that Cash Money, Mattia, and myself will serve as sort of backup for advice, feedback, etc. for each and every one of you if you're interested in having us as a point of contact. So that way we can continue to help you grow and integrate into the ITT ecosystem. Let us know. We will pair you up with Cash Money, Mattia, or myself, and we should have enough attention to go around. A few things that I want to go ahead and talk about here would be 2 things you need open. 2 things. So let's get right to business. You need the X Space open, which you're on right now. You also need to go up to the Jumbotron. So quick step here, go to the Jumbotron, hit on innovatorsthinktank.com. We have a link directly to the calendar with everything you need today, folks. Resources, video, a hub for you to connect with each other. It is all right there on the ITT website. So again, 2 items that you need open in front of you, the X Space, so you can hear us and you can connect with us here auditorially, and then also the ITT website for all of the resources. Before we go into this, I want to go ahead and hand off the mic to Sarah H., who has led off a couple of these Idea to Impact series with some notes to innovators about the importance of what we're doing here. As somebody who's seen build communities firsthand all across the world, having her in this room to take our ideas to impact our communities to impactful realities is an honor. It's a blessing. Sarah, thank you for being here. I want to, not hold up any longer. Next time, guys, we're starting right at 5 for season 3, 5:07. We had to give everybody some time. Tag a friend if you're missing them, and let's go ahead and get into season 3, week 1 of the Idea to Impact series. Sarah, I'd love to give you that mic. Any notes that you want to give to folks before we give it to Ross and company to get right into this? I'd love to give you the mic. Thank you for being here.
Well, happy hump day. Whoop, whoop. Welcome to everybody who has joined us today. As you know, season 3 is upon us, and we did, as Josh alluded to, talk about community. What does it mean? This is such a weird catchphrase. And of course, everybody says you can't have a business without a community now, or a brand without a community. You have to have a community. What the flip is a community? Um, Let me just tell you, it's your pocket family. That's the long and the short of it. The too long, didn't read, don't care. Look to your left, look to your right. The folks that are here attending class with you, the ones that are going to be there with you in the trenches. This is your community. And this is where you're going to be building side by side. And you can kind of spar with one another and, figure out these ideas to impact. Whether it was a SaaS in season 1, whether it was your WordPress blog in season 2. Now we're going to add little bells and whistles. If you did not attend season 1 or 2, don't worry. This is that Hakuna Matata moment. Do not worry. Um, Everybody has their own journey and their own path, and you are all like Gandalf the wizard. You are arriving exactly when you need to, or the Queen of England. You could do that too. You could do the elbow, elbow, wrist, wrist, wrist wave, and to your community. But for right now, folks, you are going to need a couple of things, as always. Your notebook, be a Luddite, do the analog thing, connect the dots, get your delusions of grandeur, the things, the ideas, the passion projects that you have in mind. Write those things down. Once they're out of your head and they're out in the wild, they're much easier to manifest when you can put them down on paper. Um, you're basically affixing them to the page. You're trapping them, and you're making them a worthy goal. And something to focus on too. We've talked about that also. If you are on your laptop, make sure you're turning down the volume. Many people will have feedback. So you turn back the volume to nothing on your laptop if you are signed in at the same time on your phone to listen to X Spaces. Many people are toggling many different devices. We understand that. We know how difficult it is. I am talking to you right now on an iPhone. I am looking at you on a laptop. I am manning the DMs, and if we have it on Twitch stream or other things, they're all going around in the background. um, we will find you. You will find us, and it's all okay. If at any time you can't keep up, things are moving too fast. The caffeinated squirrel in all of us are bipping and bopping around. Come up and ask to speak. Raise your hand, so that we can make sure that we're all participating. This is a class. We're not talking at you. We are talking with you. We are learning side by side. As a digital makerspace, it is in social audio, yes, but this is not a traditional space. This is designed to be interactive. Each and every one of you have a voice that is so important to us. Um, your learning experience is important to us too. This is well, we're all test dummies in one way, shape, matter, or form, because this is not something that is normally done. We do have these kinds of events in maker spaces dotted across the planet. I know that there are Telegram channels. I know that there are other, ways to disseminate information. I've taught classes on Discord when during COVID. We taught classes through Xbox. Wherever there's a will, there's a way to disseminate information and transfer our skills. But social audio is very unique because it forces us to do many things at once and to have the theater of the mind. You will notice that this is not a Twitter space with the live audio stream. That is deliberate. That's on purpose. We understand that it can be difficult to concentrate and to focus on certain aspects. And this way, we are conducting class in such a way that hopefully will retain the information. Each and every one of you are invited to our Slack channel. You are going to DM Tech in Schools and make sure that you are a part of their ecosystem. That by far is the quickest and easiest way to get any of your questions, comments, and concerns answered, right? Although all of us are at your fingertips and willing to help you, aid, abet, be an alibi, a 1-800 justify, a cohort, collaborator, counter of tears and gigglers of snorts. We are all here for you. So if you need anything, you can DM me also. I'm monitoring those in real time and keeping track of everybody as we go. This is session one. So session one is pretty laid back. You're not going to be in the deep end of the ocean right away. That said, it can get pretty deep pretty quick too. So don't be afraid to come on up and ask for questions, comments, concerns, those kinds of things. But do make sure that you are tagging Tech in Schools, especially to get into the Slack channel, because it's very difficult for us to keep track of you. We have so many students. We have students that are here on X. We have students that this is their second career. We have students that are high schoolers. So be aware of that this is family friendly. So we do try to keep our language, as Captain America says, make it so that everybody can listen in on the recordings. For our friends overseas, our future dwellers, I hope that you're having a restful night's sleep. We know that this is a very difficult time for some people in the some corners of the world. If at any time you need to go to sleep, you know what? Your health is the one thing you can't get back. So we don't want you to risk your health or your sleep for class. You will be able to listen in on the recording. It will be posted and up on the innovatorsthinktank.com. And on Thursday mornings at 11 a.m., we have the post mortem. That's the quick and dirty. We condense whatever time frame we spend tonight. Sometimes it can go very late, but we condense it down and we go over everything in the morning, and it takes about an hour or an hour and 15 minutes at most. Um, we know that a lot of you are very, very busy. And we also know that sometimes you just want to be check the box, and it's a lot easier. Thursdays are for that kind of thing. If you are plugging along and all of this is completely foreign to you, guess what? Following along tonight and following along tomorrow morning will give you that muscle memory so that you will remember what you've learned and you'll put it to good use. The last thing that I want to ask is that all of you be kind. Pay it forward to your fellow human here in the room. If something comes easy to you, guess what? That means the universe is telling you to transfer your skills and help somebody else in the room. You will be amazed at what happens in that moment when you help somebody else by using your skills, your talents, your tools, and your ideas to build other people. To teach is to learn twice. We've said it many, 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 many times here in our space, but it's more than that. When you help somebody, you are actually inviting them. I'm going to turn that off to be a part of your business plan just as much as you are a part of, just as part as you're a part of their business plan as you are a part of theirs, which is really weird when you think about it. But um, it it is the ties that bind us as humans. So hopefully the ringing in the background, old fashioned way, did not bug you in the least. We can edit that out. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce the people behind the scenes that have made all this happen. Josh, Cash Money, Mattia, and Luke, part of the Innovators Think Tank. They are incredible, incredible gentlemen who go above and beyond every week to make sure that we have so many different facets and touch points with our students that take place or take part in the activities that we have here. And then we've got Nick Alisher and my dear friend Ross. All three of these boys, I say boys in air quotes, they are men of incredible integrity, beautiful hearts, and relentless pursuit of awesome. And I say that because the hours that they keep are incredible. Tech in Schools by far is such a wonderful organization, and what they're doing to change the lives of ordinary people, building them up and encouraging them to do extraordinary things using the technology that we have at our fingertips is incredible. It really is. And it's an honor and a privilege to be able to volunteer on Wednesday nights to help them in whatever way I'm able to get them to their next goal, because the lives that they are changing, they're going to make a better future for all of us. They are planting vineyards and orchards that are going to feed generations way, way in the future. None of us are going to take part of that. And it's pretty special to take part in building civilization for future dwellers. I think it's really, really cool. And so, all of us, that's what we are. We're test dummies, test dummies in terms of testing this kind of format, these kinds of tools. Things that we hit bumps along the way help build the ecosystem and make it stronger for kids, not just only in New York, but all of the various men, women here in the room today that are deciding to change their stars at whatever point they are in their lives. Hacking your own education happens at any time, any place, any opportunity that you have. You just have to kind of grab it. So, without much more to say, that was a long intro to get the boys all hot, straight, and normal.
And Sarah, that was
Go ahead.
a beautiful intro, I will say. Never be sorry for like the length of giving us some notes at the beginning of this.
Well, I just want to make sure they have their coffee and their pee break. That's my job. No, I'm just kidding.
That's critical, critical.
Go ahead.
I wanted to just to chime in before we hand it on over to Ross and the whole team there. There's 26, 27 folks in the space that I think are here because they have some idea of a community they want to build. I think they're here to learn some skills, but also I think you guys have a problem that you want to solve. You have an industry that, excuse me, you're interested in. And I want to encourage you guys to, in the bottom right hand corner, tell us what you're interested in building. What is the community you want to put together? For example, Rico down there, Ricardo, it might be a soccer community, right? For example, Jeff G, it might be an ethics community. You're an expert on ethics. Perhaps you put something together where all of these communities can come together to talk about best standards and practices in the online setting, right? Karis, and Kirk, maybe communities about creating great AI and helping people to learn and have great products. Folks, I want to encourage you to think for a minute about why you're in this room beyond just being on your phone and in a Twitter space with your pocket family. What is it that you want to build that can make an impact? And at some point, you're going to have to put it out in the world. So that way you can start attracting people to that conversation and to that connection point, that community. And again, it's not something that you just build in a dark room. It's something that you build publicly, that you get resonance from with other people who are interested in those topics. So in the bottom right hand corner, tell us what you're doing here. Tell us what you're interested in building. And that makes it a lot easier for Sarah, Ross, Nick, Alisher, and even our team to help make that a reality, to even connect that into the ITT ecosystem. And I didn't want to start this without letting folks know that we're choosing a few partners from this event. So if you're building out a community platform, and if you want to fit into the ecosystem of the Innovators Think Tank and be, maybe a partner community with us, so that way innovators can be part of your discussion, we would love that. And we're going to be choosing a few communities to partner with. So I wanted to give that note, and I want everybody to really ground themselves of what they're doing here, what they want to build beyond the tools and sort of skills that you'll learn and use over the next 6 weeks. So let's go ahead and get season 3 of this Idea to Impact course started, building a community platform on WordPress. Ross, I hope you guys are ready to rock. We got lights, camera, and action. Mike is your way, sir.
Do you guys hear me okay?
Affirmative.
So a few things before we do anything. First, if you were in the season 2, right, and you're also here, you need to know how to get your backup out and put it somewhere. So the first thing I want to go over really quick, and I have the live stream, but we don't really need it just yet. is you need the plugin. And there was a lot of confusion around this little plugin. So I'm going to grab it so I can post it. Hang on. So the plugin is where you would need to back up your website. A lot of people messaged me and they said that they couldn't get the plugin because it costed $200, which is true. But it is actually available. So I'm gonna put that not in Twitter because that's crazy. But if you guys go to Slack right now, there's Idea to Impact community. So make sure you join that, or you're not gonna like see anything. And hold on. Okay. So if
Folks,
you go to, sorry, what were you gonna say?
yeah, I was just going to say real quick, the important links are always going to be in Slack. Just answering the question real quick, why it's not on Twitter. It's because these links can sometimes have, huge gifts for you. And gifts, I mean GIFTS, goodies for your digital backpack. Last season, it was about $600 worth of trinkets and trash that we got to keep, right? We can't put that on the live Twitter feed. So that is why Slack is really important, that the links that you are supposed to attach to, when Ross tells you, this is the link you follow. We're all unconventional thinkers and doers. We are button pushers. We are mashers of all of the buttons in the elevator, right? Because we want to test the boundaries. But there are certain things you have to follow the links that are in the Slack channel or specifically put up in the nest. And that's for your safety, but that's also to protect the sponsors that have given such incredible generosity to all of us, right? We don't want them to be abused in the sense that people will, harvest those links. So that's the answer to the question. I'm apologizing ahead of time for interrupting you, Ross, but that was a quick, why can't I just have it up? No, you can't do that. And that's why. So go ahead and continue.
So I did notice that there's like one person in the channel. So make sure you get yourself in the channel or you won't be able to get any of the things because they all are not free, unfortunately. And I left the link in Idea to Impact WordPress if anyone needs the actual $200 plugin to take their website and move it. If you're here today, it's not going to get deleted necessarily because you're going to work on the same thing. But I would keep all this in the back of your mind for at the end of this season. Now, if you already won last season, and that means they're like, oh, I know I'm not going to get deleted. That's true, you're not. If you win again, you get upgraded. And on that, this time around, we're going to be choosing 5. So it's going to get a little harder. And also the stakes are higher. There's more that you're going to be able to do. And everyone here is going to basically be able to do everything. What we're looking for is people that go through the entire thing and complete it. We're not really concerned about aesthetics. It's really like, did you actually make the thing work? Now, what we're going to do before we go into anything is if you have your old website, you can still use it. We're not going to be using it today. We're going to learn a few different things. Basically, the most important part about having a website, so let's say you have a website, you have a brand, people are buying it. Even if you don't have a public-facing community, you definitely have an in the background community in a CRM. Like every time someone buys something or fills out your form, you should be gathering this data and putting it somewhere. Now, it's not a community in the sense of like everyone could join and talk to each other community, but it is a community. It's just private. Then there's another side of it, which is like the public-facing community. Now that could be done on WordPress. Now, the back end community is really important because how you run your business and where all your data stays is really important. So when you think of something like this, immediately what comes to mind is like Salesforce. And Salesforce is really expensive. Anyone know how much Salesforce is? Anyone have it? Like, does anyone use CRMs and pay for them? You can like just raise your hand or do an emoji. It doesn't matter if you have before. I know I have. And then I realized that you can actually build your own. And I did this for a few corporations, but I always did it for myself, which was really important. Because paying with this for a CRM is not like, oh, here's how much it costs. It's here's how much it costs per user per month. And that's really tough on a business that's just getting started. And then you have things like ConvertKit and all these companies that are just going to charge you so much money to do like a landing page, when we're going to actually learn how inside of cPanel, I've enabled something for all of you. It's called SiteJet, and it's powered by cPanel, which is kind of cool. And SiteJet will let you create quick converting landing pages that can connect to like WordPress and other things. Even, and this is the kicker, your front end community that's serving your customers and having your landing pages can actually connect to the backend part too. So if someone like uses your landing page or joins your community or pays you, this can all be cataloged. And then of course, you can use your own, financial platform like QuickBooks or whatever, but this will take care of the entire infrastructure for you. Now, how many of you here are making courses to sell? Anyone? Is anyone designing courses to be sold?
I know we have quite a few. They may not be in the room right now. I definitely know some of the Londoners. The Londoners, Katie, Britta. Britta's also not feeling well, and I know both of them have courses.
I was actually not feeling well a little bit today too. It took an extreme nap before this, so we're good.
Yes. So go ahead along that train of thought, because there are people, I'm not sure, maybe Stephanie has some classes. I would anticipate maybe Sharon also. If I was just to kind of call a spade, I don't know. They just have wonderful kind of vibes around them that they attract awesome people. So a community will manifest eventually, whether they're looking for it or not. I can pretty much guarantee it with those two. But yeah, go ahead and along that train of thought.
Creating a course platform is really difficult because it's like a lot of moving parts, and then it's super easy to go to like Kajabi or like any one of these school platform, like all this stuff. It's great, but like now you have like hosting. Now you're paying $60 a month to like ConvertKit. Now you're paying like $100 to the school. And then you're paying like $5-6 per user per month for Salesforce. It's just too much. So that's why I'm going through this, because I think everyone that wants to make money online and have a business, they want to make money and have a business, but they want to do it right. But then they always just pay for these companies thinking that's good, but vendor lock is good and not good. Like, for example, here's a good metaphor. Vendor lock on WordPress is okay, right? We're not mad about it that we're locked into WordPress because it's free. But being vendor locked to like Wix, paying $50 a month, probably not okay. You see? So it depends on the scenario where vendor lock, if it's good or if it's not good. It's all relative.
Well, Ross, one of the things too, to make people actually think this through, when Ross says, are you going to teach a course? Are you going to charge for a course? The automatic assumption is, I'm going to be a teacher, right? What if you're leading a mastermind, right? Or let's say you have decided that as a consultant, you're going to have a group of maybe 10 people, as opposed to teaching to the masses. You have different concentric circles of expertise, but also your energy and time. So for instance, as an instructor, coordinate and use maybe his method of, figuring out how much these roofs are going to cost. You know, if let's say you're a writer, right? Um, as a writer, maybe you want to teach um, a course, or maybe a 6 week kind of, I'm going to send you prompts in your inbox, and then once a week we're going to get together. It can look different for every person. Just kind of think it through as, you know, if you're going to offer those courses, how it's going to look for your particular business model, right? And within your community, you're also going to have different tiers of participation. So you're going to have sometimes the masses, they're the ones that are, you know, coming to the big class, right? And then you have maybe a paywall or a token gate, because I know a lot of you dabble in JPEGs and pirate money, right? You can have a Discord channel, or you can have your WordPress actually be, have a private token gated piece of the puzzle, where only your mastermind, those people that have paid you $1,500 to have you, once a month or something, a couple hours on the phone every time you need something to be fixed. You have different tiers of participation. So make sure you're kind of marinating on that when you're thinking about your community. You're thinking about how those revenue streams are going to be funneled into your business. How are you getting paid? And how are you delivering? And what conduits are you using to deliver your value proposition to your end consumer, whether it's a good, a service, or anything else? So we built that website last session. You have a way to charge for things. Now you have to kind of think, okay, is it just going to be, a transaction, or is it going to be a subscription, or is it going to be something that's a hybrid and a little bit of both? To understand that and know why is really important from here on out, because when you talk to Nick, Alisher, Ross, when you're dealing with the things in these kinds of class ecosystems, knowing what it is that you're really trying to get to is really helpful for us to help you, right? So that's all I wanted to say, is that courses does not necessarily mean that you're a teacher. It could very well be that you are a financial advisor and you are going to charge for your mastermind group of 10 people. That is a course also. So just leave it there. Okay. Sorry, Ross. Go ahead.
So the application that you're talking about, that you said you built into cPanel, is that only going to work with cPanel, or what about those of us that are on a cloud-based server and we're running straight off of the Unix shell and stuff?
I see that Alisher has his hand up, but I don't know why that is. Go ahead,
Did put
Alisher.
my hand up. I just wanted to add, everybody's cPanel from last season. So even if you did not win, since we're using cPanel this season as well, your cPanel is still alive. So you can log back into your cPanel from season 2 and continue working on whatever it is you were working on, and also work on whatever we're going to work on season 3. So everybody's cPanel from last season is still active. It's still alive. You're able to log in. You're still able to interact with your websites there. And you're going to be making a new website this season.
Yeah, they're not going to leave you guys hanging. I know that was kind of a worry. And when, when Ross just said that, my phone just lit up like a freaking Christmas tree. No, they're not going to leave you hanging. You are going to have the tools that you need to participate in class.
No, no, no. I'm no longer raising my hand. But I do want to add, and also, guys, today, week 1, we're also going to be enrolling ourselves in Cisco Networking Academy, which we'll get into a little bit later on. But again, once again, you want to be here in week 1 because that's when you'll get an opportunity to enroll. Because if we see somebody enrolling who we did not see here in week 1, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to allow that person to continue because this is a real online networking academy where you're getting industry recognized education. So we want to make sure that each person that gets enrolled in that is somebody who's actually from week 1, who's serious about this education and that's going to continue this education throughout the next 6 weeks.
To piggyback that, what Alisher is explaining is basically in a world where accreditations don't matter, okay? You're not going to get your CS degree at some college. The barrier to entry has been lowered and the democratization of education is here at your fingertips. The idea that you are creating your transcript, you know, if you created a website in season 2, that's proof of concept. You went through all of the necessary grief, tears, struggles, swear words, everything in order to acquire those skills, right? It's the same with our SAS class. If you ended up with a SAS, that is something that you could actually show a client and say, hey, I muddled through this. Now, does it mean that you're an expert? No. It means that you have learned at least the terminology, the steps, the necessary steps that you would need. For me personally, some of the stuff that we did in season 1, man, it made me want to poke my eyes out with scissors. Not even going to kid you. But you muddle through it and you finish it out. And now I understand exactly what I need to tell somebody else if I want to delegate that task to somebody else in my business, right? That's why we're here. It's not necessarily, you might discover through the course of the next 6 weeks, just like some people did last season. We had people who had never built a website before. Now they found their new passion. Not only do they love building websites, that's what they want to do as a vocation, as a money generating skill or technique, right? So this is the same kind of thing. When you're learning the steps and how to build a community, maybe that's what your superpower is figuring out how to put all these pieces together to help other brands build theirs. So this is a learning in public, but it's also creating your transcript, proof of concept, proof of capabilities and competencies in public. If you have your GitHub and you are working on adding stuff to it, people are looking at that. Microsoft, Cisco, Google, they're not interested in seeing your degree from a company or college necessarily. They want to know if you can actually do the things that you say you can do. And so sometimes, you're just sitting here in class and you're gaining some really awesome skills. And those awesome skills are very monetizable instantly. You can instantly monetize those. And, whether it means paying for your subscription to My AI Tutor or Pixio, or maybe it has to pay for, your website or your domains, you're paying into your own business. You're building your own career. You are investing in yourself. So those are kinds of things to think about. When Alisher is saying that, he's saying, look, you're building in public. If you're not going to show up, we're not going to invest the GPUs in the background. Some major heavy hitter companies have said, hey, this is something that's really important. This is something that we're interested in. We're interested in self-initiated people who are wanting to hack their own education. Because I'll tell you, it's a whole different ball of wax if you have skin in the game. And right now, you have skin in the game. You're here in a night and a weekend, after hours when everybody else is asleep, and you're plugging away here, learning something, and investing a lot of energy to gain mastery of some really, really cool stuff. So that's all I wanted to say about that. But yeah, this is your transcript, folks. This is your transcript.
I just really quickly wanted to say, to tag on to what Sarah's saying, this is really a portfolio of work that we're being given the ability to create. And if you're a person like me who has a million ideas and you need to be able to work them out, this is the best way to do it. Because if I can't put together a community and create my ideal customer profile, I'm not going to be able to sell. So it all plugs in and ties in together. Like I can create 17 sasses, but if nobody's buying, it's because I'm not reaching the right people. So it's absolutely perfect. And I can't, like, I'm really excited to be here for this week and this session, but I really want to go back and replay the other ones and see where I'm at with a couple of different, because like I said, I've always got 17 pokers in the fire. So maybe I'm building a WordPress for this project, but I'm building a SaaS for my little foodie project, which I'm going to need a community for eventually because it all ties in. So thank you for providing this incredible education opportunity. I really appreciate it.
You know, it's funny what you just said. There's a great TED Talk by Emily Wolpick, and she calls it a multi-potentialite. A lot of unconventional thinkers, doers, dreamers, makers, etc. Business entrepreneurial mindset type people are exactly what you are. You have 1,000 different ideas, and you have, you're constantly inflowing, and you're constantly thinking about all of the things that you want to kind of dabble in. That's not saying that you're, scattered, or, you're a shiny crow or caffeinated squirrel. No, that's just what entrepreneurs do. They see opportunities where other people don't. And that by proxy means that you have, a piece of paper in front of you with 1,000 spokes. It's like a giant mind
It's
map. Yep.
it's true, and I can tell you that my main project right now has, I think my TAM. Hold on, I have to look now because if I'm going to quote myself, I'm going to quote myself correctly. My TAM on my current project, which is uh $347 billion, and my SAM is more than 34 billion, and my SOM is roughly $3.4 billion. And people are like, that's an unheard of amount of TAM, SAM, SOM, like, and nobody's tapped into it, nobody's done it. Well, it just takes a different perspective. You never know what you're going to trip up against. And I like to think of myself as being chameleon-esque. That's my word. I need to trademark that. But yes, and thank you for all the kind words, Sarah. I appreciate it.
And you go on to greatness. I hope you make those billions and billions of dollars from the cheap seat. I am going to just shake those pom poms. I'm so excited for you. It's so great. I mean,
All it
you
took
know
was
what?
being a mom of 6 and a grandma of 8, and see and just having the perspective of watching kids on the internet and how they crawl and how they do things, and not underestimating them. For me, that's I can't really attribute any education background to it whatsoever. It was my tenacity and desire to research, and that's not what we're here for, though. Look at me, shiny squirrel, saying we need to stay on target. Sorry, guys. Um, Anybody who ever wants to find out what I'm doing, feel free to DM me.
Perfect. I think so. I have to duck down. I didn't even see that Lisa was a speaker. So there's some glitches tonight, but you know what? That is par for the course. So I'm not seeing any other hands. You may continue, Ross. No, but I definitely think that if you did not update your Twitter app, you will have technical difficulties. So if you can hear me now, this is awesome. But
We
yes,
can hear you.
yeah, excellent. Because the Twitter glitch is there. So Ross, you might have to update if that's the case, because it's going to get you. It's going to get you eventually. So, but yes.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Ross, because I know there's definitely I've got some friends in the room that also that are new to the space that have never been here before. So, what's the best thing that you recommend for people that are brand new in the space today about how to even like grab a C panel real quick or just like through.
I do not, but he can. It'll all work. We'll find it. I can't invite people to Slack, or maybe I can. I haven't tested it. Okay, I'm going to invite everybody to Slack. Yes, I can do that. I have the power.
I got the power.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so if you are new, make sure that you are telling us. I'm looking in the room. I see that Julie Todd is here. I don't know. Did you get a C panel? You can just give me a thumbs up, Julie. I'm not sure if you are there or not. I do see that title. We have Professor Zero. We have Flair, Cyberfox, Shang. You are all new to me, and I don't know if you have your C panel. Please come up. Take a chance. Definitely sign up. Make sure so that we can get you all hot, straight, and normal, so that we can continue. So if you are here, just know this is not one. This is not a class where you just sit back and listen. You actually have to participate. You must be present to win, as they say. So um, I want to make sure that we have all the faces in the crowd attached to their C panels. So yay, I see the title has come up. I do
Yeah,
not know you.
title.
So I'm hoping that you are kind
Title's
and
a
you're not
friend
going
of
to.
mine. He's very,
Great.
very kind, and he's
Excellent.
an awesome person. So I'm so
Very,
glad
very
he's in
cool.
here to join us.
Welcome, Title. What would you like to say to the people?
I've done HTML5 before. I make video game stuff. Godot, a Python experience. I looked up cPanel. It looks like it's related to maybe website hosting with WordPress. So yeah, yay. Hi. That's what I was to say.
Well, welcome to season 3. I know that you were not a part of season 2. So it sounds like you have some technical know-how. Make sure that you tag Nick. You have it on the recording. We want to make you who are on the Innovators Think Tank. They're all accessible for you so that you're not going to get left behind. And all of our sessions were recorded. So you can go by and look at it and do it step by step. So it's at your leisure. For me personally, we listen in on Wednesday night. I actually go through it again and then we do it a third time on Thursday morning just because it's not familiar to me. I make things and break things in real life. The digital, ecosystem is not something that comes easy to me. I actually have to work pretty hard at it to make sure that it all works. It's not a native kind of language for me. So I hope that each and every one of you realize that you're not alone if you're struggling or if something is just not making sense. There have been times where I'm looking at the screen and I'll, text Morgan or Kathleen. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm Captain Obvious right now. It might be right in front of me, but I'm just too tired or I'm not seeing it. And that's the beauty of having Pocket Family and community next to you, is that you can start to get to know one another and help each other out of the ditches when you drive that car straight into it. So but Title, welcome. And we'll make sure that you get your cPanel so that you can at least participate and continue on. Are there anybody else in the listening audience? I see the Rolodex Rex and Dan, Kirk. I see Kathleen's here. Karis and Epic. I also see Monique. I haven't seen her in a while, and Stephanie, etc. Renan and CJ. There are so many people in this room. Give me a thumbs up if you have signed into your cPanel. Has anybody hit a snag that they are not there right now? Jeff, have you got into your cPanel? We want to make sure that everybody is in your cPanel. You should also be on the Innovators Think Tank with the live stream so that you can see those screens, so you know where we're supposed to be. Ross is going to continue.
I have a real hand.
Go ahead, love. You have a real hand?
Yes, I have a real hand. It was related to the course certification. By the way, that is huge, like Cisco certification. So just real quickly, could you reiterate that? Because it may have flown over some people's heads, and I want to understand it because I am seriously thinking I might want to pursue this in more detail. So, Ross,
it's legit.
Yeah,
it's legit.
I want to understand what it's a Cisco certification in what particular area, and is there study guide material, and when can I get access or where to start that? That's awesome. I mean, just so people are listening understand, Cisco certifications are something that employers and or clients look at very, very seriously. So if you are not familiar with them, I would recommend just kind of doing a general search on the internet, or use your favorite AI tool and say, hey, how would a Cisco certification help me? And throw your resume at the GPT or AI tutor, and you'd be surprised. You'd be actually really happy, I think. So anyway, without any further ado, thank you.
To add to that, to piggyback, it also serves, depending on which school district you are in. If you earn those certifications as a high schooler, it earns you college credits so that you are able to skip certain things. It's the same as an AP exam in many cases. It depends on your school district. It depends on the college that you're choosing and the program that you're choosing. But yeah, that's a legit thing. And the other thing is that, let's say you have your certification, you can go to your HR department right now where you're working. And that can also help you have a raise, get a new kind of facet to your career. It's not uncommon for that kind of thing to happen. It is a really big deal. And when we say that you're adding to your transcript and to your, you know, you're buffing, you're buffing that resume. You really are. These are not easy. Um, these classes are not easy. It's a lot of frustration. It's a lot of time and energy that you're putting into it. For every 5 hours that you're spending here, guess what? That's just like a 5-hour class or a 4 credit class in college. You're going to be spending another 16 hours behind the scenes, in homework, making sure that you have that muscle memory, that you know how to do all the things that were needed in order to get to proficiencies. So go ahead, Title.
Yeah, so just a couple of things. I'm a Code Academy dropout. Well, I'm kidding because you go at your own pace, but sometimes they don't have code sprees for like years. Months turn into years, and that's in part because when it started, and it was a principal who started that free code camp. There were a lot of communities like this in the beginning, but then as time goes on, the communities become a little bit more automatic, or it's really hard to kind of go through the forums. So I'm very excited to be here at this starting point. Another factor too, looking at just when you look up like careers in tech, you get this thing, especially YouTube's kind of sinister with their algorithm, has been really pushing these classes to go learn what a data analyst is, and when I look through all that, the cost and the potential value of what you're gonna get, it was like, yeah, if you're like a I don't know, junior high school student worried about money, this is your starter book. It's like treating everyone kind of like a kid because it doesn't really offer any real value. What I'm hearing here is incredible because when I came to the assumption after looking all through the stuff that Google was kind of pushing, it just made more sense to study more Python and apply to it. But now, wow, Cisco certification. I'm excited, but I'm a little terrified about AP level. I don't know. So we'll see where this goes.
Oh, Pasha, don't talk yourself out of it. I'm a 50-year-old woman, right? That doesn't have any background in any of this other than crashing robots. So I will tell you that if you go into this thinking I'm learning something new, the certification is just icing on the cake. Because you know what? Yeah, they're going to notice you and they're going to recognize your accomplishments. But deep down, you don't need to have a certification or someone else to validate what you've put in and the skills that you've learned, because ultimately at the end of the day, the world can take everything from you, but the stuff that's in your noggin, the stuff that you've learned and you have a proficiency in, that doesn't go away. And I think that is the coolest piece of the puzzle here, is that you're sitting amongst people that this might be the very first thing that they're doing. Now, granted, it's going to be a high learning curve because season 1 and season 2 kind of greased the skids, as they say, primed the pump, so that at least you have kind of fluidity in terms of how this whole thing will unfold. But welcome. I'm glad that you're here, and it's not above your head. You know what? For every time you quit, you're only truly a quitter if you don't start again. And you usually you'll start again something else. You'll find your thing, and when you find your thing, you'll dig in your heels and you will thrive, because you don't really know what you don't know until you try, and you don't know what you don't like until you figure it out. And I'll tell you, SaaS stuff was not my forte. It really wasn't, but I was not going to let it beat me either. So you stick it out to the very end and you say, yep, I can do this. And, whether it's Code Academy or Zoom School or any of the other, phrases that we use for online education, this is a little different too. Social audio is instant feedback. It's not like sitting there watching a YouTube video passively. You're engaging and having an actual conversation. If Ross is going too fast, you say, hey, I have no idea what you're looking at. I see it on the screen, but it does not make sense. It's a different kind of interaction. And usually he'll say, yeah, it's a you problem, which it totally is. But then if you bug him enough, it'll become a him problem too. And so then you can be in that trench together with Gallo humor until it gets done. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about building in public and hacking your own education in a digital makerspace is that we're all in it together. And that makes it part of the fun. Because I'll tell you, there are some late nights, and sometimes tempers can flare, or just frustration, or technology can learn to fly. There's lots of things that happen behind the scenes, but ultimately, there's no greater satisfaction than that last class and you hit click and send and you see that live website. I don't think that there was a prouder moment when you see 70 people shuffle through, muddle through the trenches, and then have a working thing. And not only is it a working thing that they can see, it's that everybody can see, which I think is delightful. So I'm so happy that you're here. But at any rate, Ross,
Really
are
quick
you
though,
ready?
hey, Title,
Go ahead.
sorry. Hey, Title, check your messages because Alistair was trying to send you to Slack, but he can't message you. So I guess unless you accept and follow. So in order to get into the Slack channel with us, definitely message Alistair. I sent you his stuff. And Julie Todd also came up. She's trying to reach out to get her cPanel. Yay, Julie, for coming up.
I'm so proud of him. Okay. So we're going to depend on everybody saying that, yes, they are hot, straight, and normal, that everybody has all of their things. There's I's dotted, T's crossed, cPanels. Of course. Oh, I can. Yes. Okay. And in case of Okay, this is a problem. All right, so in case of emergency, the exits are here and here and here and here. You're going to put the mask on
Airbags
yourself.
are.
Exactly. Um, if you are hyperventilating, the bag that is in the back of the seat has been used by some kid to collect their boogers, so just don't use it. In all actuality, and all kidding aside. Um, we are in a digital playpen. We are in a very confined sandbox. For lack of a better term, we are Jurassic Park, and there are perimeters around us, and they are electrified fences, and we are the velociraptors that are constantly testing all of the perimeters. Whether we intend to or not, it's just by nature of what it means to be an entrepreneur. That means that you are probably going to connect and click all the buttons that you shouldn't. When we say you have cPanel or DigitalOcean or Cisco, whatever these companies are that have given us trinkets and trash to play with and wonderful tools, it is with the assumption that they are in the tech in schools ecosystem. We are on their island. This is the Isla Nublar, or Nublar, I think is what they call it in Jurassic Park. We are in a contained island, a sandbox. And if you have troubles with the projects that we're building, that is an us problem. That is an island problem. You are not to, go on to the main Twitter feed or tag them and those kinds of things, because honestly, they're not going to see you a lot of times. They don't see you as a customer until you decide to give your credit card because you escaped and decided to do things on your own. You will have very specific instructions in these classroom environments, this digital makerspace environment. The tools that you have at your fingertips are given to you within TSI. So just like how your website was saying, whatever your website is, .tsi, it's because we live on their servers right now. We live on their island. And so when you express concern because something is not working, because I guarantee you 100% something is not going to work, something is going to fail, you are going to disappear your hard work. at least 1 or 2 times, if not more, right? And every time you do that, because we're in that ecosystem, we're in the safety of the island, Nick, Alisher, and Ross, 9 times out of 10, can find you and fix it, right? But if you frack it up and you've gone out on your own, you've escaped the island, you've paddled in the water of Alcatraz, and you are now out in the wild, it's very difficult to help you. So don't do that. Um, Cisco is giving you a certification, but it's going to be through Tech in Schools and through that program. If you don't follow the parameters, if you don't check the right boxes and you don't do the right things according to the island rules, they're not going to work, right? So when you have a problem, the first thing that you should do is go to the Slack channel. Now, Nick, Alisher, Ross, they can, get in a Zoom call. They can, do all sorts of things, share screen, muddle.
I was gonna say I don't hear Sarah either. Did anybody else lose her? Or?
Yeah, we did here too. It's,
Okay.
glitch.
Sarah, I don't know if you can hear us, but we can't hear you. You may want to drop and come back.
Yeah, I just sent Sarah on a little lap, and
Okay.
hopefully she'll be right back up.
Thanks, Kev.
I think I'm back, but I don't know where I
You're back.
stopped.
Yeah,
Our
I'm
friend
not sure where you got cut off.
but everybody can hear me now. Okay.
Yes.
Crazy Jack is one of our friends that comes whenever I'm a speaker, and he opted to phone call me through Twitter. So that is one of the things that happens when you have students and friends that are wonderful. All right. So I don't know where I stopped, but the long and the short of it is Slack is your first place to go for help, right? You're not to tag DigitalOcean. You're not to find, GitHub people. You're not going to find all of the folks that have given us wonderful things, right? So just make sure that you are looking to us because we are on our island, okay? So I hope that is as clear as mud. I apologize for the interruption. And Ross, I do see that Rolodex Rex has his hand up. There might be more hands. I do not know, but hopefully we will get to all of them. Rolodex, did you have something to say to the people? And then we'll go to Ross.
Howdy, y'all. It's Rolodex. I'm just getting everything set up right now. I'm very excited about it. This will be my first active season, so I'm just making sure to get 100% integrated. So far, I have. Let's see. I've just started listening in a message to you guys. I've got the cPanel, the AI Tutor, the Slack, and the WordPress set up under my email. And I was asking, will I need to set up a Cisco account? And will I need to set up a TSI account? And will I need to set up a DigitalOcean account?
No, no, and no. You don't need DigitalOcean and you don't need Cisco. You do need Tech in Schools. You want to make sure you're following them. They do have a Discord channel, but your tools are coming through them. So the links that you will have on your Slack channel will direct you to the tools that you need in your digital backpack, if that makes sense to you.
I love
Because
that.
if you go
Yeah.
outside, and this is, for everybody, if you go off our island, guess what? They ask you for a credit card, right? That means that you're paying for it. And some of these things you don't have to pay for, right? You have to make sure that it is on their island. And then what I mean by that is that it's through TSI. The links that they give you are very specific. We always follow those. If you go outside of that, for instance, we did have some students that opted to, get their own cPanels or their own, WordPress outside of the links because they thought, well, I'm just going to go directly to them. And as a result, they get a nasty surprise on their credit card. And that's not what we want. We want to make sure that you have all of your tools for class, but they are, specifically designated for TSI, if that makes sense.
Totally makes sense. Okay. So I just need to reverse it a little bit. But yeah, that's it. Mhm. Oh, right on, right on. Yeah, there was it was like 15 free day trials. So I did that with so okay, so I'll cancel that and then I'll move forward with right on. Speed action. Awesome.
The other
Well,
thing too is Rolodex is that and this is for the benefit of the recording, the reason why you're clicking the links that Ross is giving you is that it also helps you, they can see your account. So if you frack something up, they have access so that they can see it and that they can help you along. That's the key. That's the golden little nugget is that if you have a problem, then they can reinstall, they can do all sorts of stuff in the background. So we're basically playing bumper pool or bumper bowling, right? We are kind of in a bowling alley, but we have some guardrails to make sure that we're always going to hit the pins at least most of the time, if that makes sense.
very exciting. Yeah. So I'm moving into like entrepreneurship full time from a 10-year career since high school. I worked for a company that we did conferences. I did 3 events a week for 10 years. I wore a suit to work every day. If I had white socks on, I get written up. So I visited 50 offices a week. Physically, I put butts in seats. I created over 30 classes, and I really enjoyed optimizing the class seat ratio versus how I titled it or how I taught it. And I learned what you track always increases, and the way that you implement a class over time, you take one class and teach it for 4 hours, or you can take it and teach it at the same top producing office 4 times over the span of a year, and the numbers drastically will go up. And it was just really exciting taking this into the digital world because I've always been in the physical world with events. We were like kind of a shining example. We had 3,500 members where we had our own conference every year. And members, like everything I produced for marketing, they'd get their logos printed on my marketing materials, and we print it up and send it out to all of them, newsletters, stuff, because they'd have their people go to 50 offices a week too in their areas. Just flyers, everything, newsletters, the classes themselves, the marketing material. Like I had 1,000 birdhouses in my garage where I bought the birdhouses from Hobby Lobby, and then I, would take a Sawzall to the top of them so I could put my brochures in the top, put my business cards. I super glued a business card holder in the front, home services company, and I made one for every single one of our members, and it's
Well,
just
you
fun
have your
moving.
tribe here. You have found your people, and you know
I'm
what? You
telling
can
you.
wear your fuzzy bunny slippers to
It's right up
class
my
too.
alley.
There
It's
you
right up
are.
my alley. It's right up
Well,
my
that's
alley. So I'm excited about
awesome.
all of it.
So I'm really glad that everybody's here, and I'm glad to hear your story. And after you do finish your project here, I invite you on Saturday. Saturday we have Innovators Think Tank with Josh Hellman and Cash Money Kev and Matea, and you can actually pitch your classes. You can pitch your ideas, and it's something that is very it's a very beautiful experience. So that's an open invitation for everybody in the class tonight, is that once you build your thing, you have an open audience to test your chops, and you can test your pitch, you can test all of the things that you're building. And so, Rolodex, what you just said is amazing. You have a unique skill set, and when you go and kind of put that into the ecosystem that you're building tonight, I can't wait to see it, actually. I can't wait, and I hope that you do pitch it. I saw that your hand was up, CJ. I don't know if that's a for real hand because you're still a listener, but if you have the ability to voice on a mic, is there something you'd like to say to the people?
Oh, I had a problem, but I figured it out. I was just having trouble with the CAPTCHA when I was signing up, but I just refreshed it and it gave me a different one, so we're good.
Excellent. I can tell you some of the Twitter the Twitter tests, "Are you a human?" They genuinely can drive you nuts. Some of them are definitely, you look at them and go, "No." A real human would toss their phone. All right, so I think we're all um, on the same page. I see that Ross has the C panel on his live stream, so take it away, friends. You can also use the code for ITT. Is that correct?
The code is ITT.
Yes. I think you're good to go, friend.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh, that didn't sound good. Sorry. I'm coming.
Real quick here too. This is the public service announcement that we have in every season. I know a lot of you are unfamiliar with Slack, and I'm going to tell you it's a necessary skill in order to communicate with folks. Having the ability to understand the ecosystem is really, really important, to be able to collaborate. Josh Hellman says collaboration is the next currency. That will make you very wealthy if you can connect with folks. If you're struggling with Slack or you have any questions, if it's new to you, that's okay. Just make sure you're signing up for it. You're in the system. You're in there with all of your classmates for season 3. You want to make sure that you're getting to know one another. This is how we communicate offline. It's not in the back channels. We do obviously in the back channels of X also, but this is specific to right now. The 40 odd some people that are in this room right at this moment, you will know from here on out, these are the folks that are in the trenches with you. So if you want to make sure you are getting what you're supposed to for your digital backpack, and I know this sounds like this is tedious, this is monotonous, this is nitpicky, this is not necessarily the fun part of class, but your very first class, this is what we have to do. We have to make sure everybody's on the same page. We have to make sure everybody has the right tools and that we're all kind of in tandem with one another so that the next class on next Wednesday is going to be obviously hit the ground running. We want to make sure that if you are signing up for new things, make sure you have your passwords, make sure that you're able to log in. We don't want to spend an hour logging in or getting locked out of accounts and things like that. So that is what this time is for. So make sure that for season 3, you have, in my house, we have an actual whiteboard, right? It has all of the bells and whistles that are new to this season so that we can make sure that you're following it. And the other thing too is coming back on Thursday morning and trying to test out your passwords. You can learn a lot from that experience. So make sure that you're where you're supposed to be, and make sure that you have all of your ducks in a row because you are going to hit the ground running. And this um, this session is going to require some patience, but it's also going to require some getting out of your comfort zone. And I know that Slack is tough for some people, right? I know that there are a handful of you that this is completely new. And to our 4 listeners or more, um, we want to make sure that no one's left behind. So if you are struggling, you're not alone. So make sure that you make yourself known. We're not mind readers, although I have some really cool skills and I can kind of suss things out as a mom, as a spider sense type person, or an empath, or fill in the blank. I can try my best, but send up those signal flares, and there are no dumb questions. We will sit here and wait until you get to where you have to go. So, all right, Ross, now is your turn.
we're going in the ideas to impact one, the free resources, right, Ross? Oh, my bad. Gotcha.
Ross, are you using Discord right now? You're putting them in every channel. Is this Discord or is this a TSI? So in order to get to the link, do I go to the general section in Discord or where? Well, I mean, I have Discord open. I was looking for it there. I also have
Okay, if you're not in Slack, just DM me. I'll give you a link, and you'll get right in. We just don't want to share this link anywhere where there aren't our students. That's all.
awesome. Right on. Thank you so much.
Folks, if you are in season 1 or season 2, this is a Slack within a Slack, right? You have to go to the general, the hashtag general, and Ross has posted a link there. You're going to click it, and that will say ideas or innovators or idea to impact dash community. It's a separate ecosystem. And part of the reason why we do that is, let's say you had somebody that kind of bailed in season 1, right? And they haven't, participated in season 2. They may not have all the bells and whistles or whatever else. And now they're in this ecosystem. We want to make sure that the folks that are actually showing up are accounted for. And the reason why this is so important is because there is a certification on the line, right? This isn't just about a digital backpack with, $600 worth of stuff in it. That was last season. This season has one more layer of, have to make sure that we're validating, because it's our reputations on the line. Nick, Alisher, and Ross have put their reputations on the line to say, look, we are going to verify that these, folks that are in this channel have been here. We know them. We have we're giving our stamp of approval to those folks, and we can testify that they're, yes, who they say they are. Yes, they're here. No, they're not bots. No, this isn't someone that's going to get their certification and then sell it on eBay or something, right? Which can happen. There are lots of people that get a token or they get that magic little script or whatever. And you know what? You'd be amazed at what people will do. So this is us testing the waters, right? They have different ecosystems and different ways of offering those certifications. This is one of the ways that we're trying to figure out and make sure that we have all of the I's dotted and T's crossed. And so that's why you have been given the secret handshake. And the secret handshake has gotten you into a different room of the giant mansion on the TSI island. So I want to make sure that each and every one of you are there. For those that are listening in on the recording, you're going to have to be here Thursday morning. You want to make sure that you are paying attention. If you were in previous seasons, you have been told exactly how to get here. So we're leaving breadcrumbs, but we need to see your face and we need to know who you are. So did I explain it correctly, Ross? there are 35 folks in this room, and there are only 16 in our Slack room. So, and 3 of the people profiles in this picture, in this ecosystem, are Alisher, Nick, and Ross. So, you know, the maths are not mathing, folks. I want to just make sure that we're not leaving anybody behind. So, you have been warned, and you will be prodded. And I don't want anybody to have the mug that it's a you problem, and have the collection of tears that happens after the fact. So it is very important. This is no different than any other kind of certification. And, you know, my kid just got his drone certification. You have to, you know, dot the I's, cross the T's, do the thing. So at any rate, Ross, you want to continue with what we're going to have to finish up for this evening, and then kind of lay the foundation for what's next and what to expect for the rest of the. Yep, there you go.
And guys, if you do not put .csi program.org in your domain, it will automatically be added by me when I'm approving everybody.
After you have definitely clicked that link, add an emoji or add a thumbs up or something to your name in the chat in the Slack so that we can also see it. I know that the new folks are, you know, kind of muddling through. They're like, holy smokes, I just got thrown into the deep end of that ocean, wink and nodding, and you're treading water. Um, just know that you have a buoy, you have a little floaty. It could be a little duck. We're not going to let you go floating around in that big old body of water on that random link by yourself. So make sure you give us a thumbs up and we can see where you're at, so we can make sure that we're all on the same page.
It's correct
There
that
you go.
if we have a cPanel, we have hosting, and if we have hosting, we just need to wait for the next instructions. Is that accurate?
That is correct to the best of my knowledge.
Um, can I ask you guys, how long is today's session going to last? No, I don't have to leave now, but is it going to be longer than 2 hours? Okay, good. Thank you.
I am not seeing any hands, love. So they may or may not be there, and you can smack them all a high five, Ross. Yes, you folks, if you're sending audio DMs, I love you so much, and I love your voice. I really do. But none of us can listen to them without ditching out of the space. So if you can text, that's great. we don't want to we don't want to wreck it. We don't want to be the reason we can't have nice things. So yes, I see you, and I want to make sure. One last thing, did Julie, can you give me a thumbs up? Did you get not only into the Slack, but did you get your C panel? I just want to make sure I'm following up. I am behind a little bit, but I want to make sure because I'm not seeing you. And if you can give me a thumbs up or you're on the speaker, if you can grab the mic, that would be lovely. Alisha, are you giving me a thumbs up that Julie is indeed all hot, straight, normal?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. I like Julie. Julie's one of my favorite people in this room too. She's got a cool little hat on in her PFP. Jeff, did you have your hand up? I saw it go up. I see you as a listener. I don't know if you're a speaker, but I saw a hand up. So can you speak or no?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I'm not seeing you as a speaker. So go ahead.
Okay. So it's just my name and the tsiprogram.org. But I don't see, it says continue shopping. There's no checkout button or anything. Oh, okay. I was just trying to follow instructions.
We can't put anonymous on your certificate. We can't put emojis on your certificate. You actually have to have your name. You will be doxxed, which is something that I know a lot of you in the dabbling in the dark arts of JPEGs and crypto may not like that, but you do want to be certified and you do want to be have your name on it, not somebody else's. So if you are anonymous and you are just listening in, we do know that some of you are high schoolers, right? And we know your situations, et cetera, et cetera. You can make yourself known to me or to TSI, to their account, and we will get you all taken care of. If you are here with a mentor, your mentor can also give a heads up. But if your teacher, etc., if you're part of the school system, we understand that. But I don't think our listeners that are anon right now fall into that category because I have all of the folks that I know accounted for. So we shall see. But nonetheless, all are welcome all the time. This is a sanctuary for everybody to hack their own education and to democratize the tools that we have on hand. So this is the last call. If you have troubles, we can figure it out. CJ, I see you in the Slack channel. I think Alisher is going to come to your rescue. He's going to look like Batman. I'm just kidding. But we'll make sure that we get you all squared away. The other thing too, folks, is that we do know that some of you are not in the room, that our future dwellers, especially overseas, this is in the middle of the night or early O dark hundred in the morning. And so we will see you tomorrow morning and we'll go through the process again. So if something's not clicking now and you're freaking out, don't freak out. You still have the 24-hour window, basically, you know, that we will continue this tomorrow morning too. So I see that Stephanie has arrived. I love Stephanie. How are you, my friend? What would you like to say to the people?
I just have a question. I had to get my little one bath time. I see checkout on my live screen, and I'm thinking I missed a link or something to get there. I'm inside. No, I haven't. Okay. Okay, good to go. I wanted to make sure. Thank you, Ross. I was waiting, but things are playing. I can hear. I got back. I was like, wait a minute. I know I'm at that screen, but yeah, okay. Thank you for clarity. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey guys, this is Rolodex. Okay, so I was about to submit my domain with this link in the general, and you guys started referencing using your name for the certification. So I was wondering, does the domain have to do? Was that what y'all were referencing, or should I use my username? Oh, okay, yeah.
Your website can be anything, honey.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just Rolodex Rex, for the initial. I figured that was the best way to start it off, but I didn't know if you guys were referencing something specific, so I figured I'd ask. Thank you.
A lot of folks had created their websites last season. So it was their pet projects or something that they wanted to build. Like mine was Pocket Folks, right? So it had nothing to do with Serendipitous, had nothing to do with Sarah Hodgson. So, it can be anything for your website, but your certification, that's your name. So when that time comes, that's what you'll be using it for. But you never know what we're going to do with these cPanels, and you never know what you're going to do with your website. There's a constant state of evolution. A lot of times people who came up with an idea in season 1, halfway through realized, wow, this is a crappy idea, and bail, and then they come up with something else. Or you start building your website in season 2, and about the third class you realize, this is really not what I need at all. I went down a rabbit trail and created a whole big problem for a solution that I wasn't even working on. It's that kind of thing. So the you're not cemented in on any of this stuff yet, so don't worry about it. You're doing well.
10-4.
He's winking at you, Smoke.
Sorry.
I wouldn't even say your grandma, your work, and your boss. Because for the most part, if you think about it, if you are building a portfolio, then that's a public link that people have access to, that people that search you up have access to. And if you are going to share that portfolio link, you definitely don't want to have anything that's, I would say, not PG-13 in there.
You guys never met my
PG.
grandma, then?
And also, guys, keep in mind, we have younger students in here as well. So that's very important to keep in mind as well.
the other thing too is that you don't want your Pokemon kind of login either. My daughter is now 20 and is suffering in a way that you have no idea because of her login for a Google account that she had a lot of her transcripts and stuff. It happened to be Panda Popo, right? Doesn't sound like a bad thing, but it has caused her such grief. You have to kind of pick up, those random names that you were allotted on Steam, Squatty Turnip or whatever the flip it is. These are not the things that you want to have out in the wild attached if you are trying to have a professional and a polished image. So, for our high schoolers, etc., think of professionalism, think of polished, think of those kinds of things. You don't need to have all of the fancy numbers that everybody loves in their names also. And you know what numbers I'm talking about, you degens. So no, you can't have those either. Um, yeah. So we're trying to do our best to make sure that you're not going out in public with toilet paper on your shoe or your skirt, tucked into the pantyhose as you're walking through the, you know, restaurant. We're trying to make sure that all of us have um, our best foot forward. Okay. So there you are. Go ahead, Ross.
Uh, Hey, Ross. Legit question. As of yesterday, of course, I grew up another year. So I'll be legit now. Can I redeem myself and like actually change my name, sign up again on the link, and just okay on the inside? All right, that'll work. Thank you.
You can't have like meat cleaver either.
Yeah, I know,
I
I
love
know,
you. I love
I
you to the
know.
moon and back. You can't.
I'm just gonna go straight up epic tech
Okay,
AI.
I
That's
like Epic
all.
Tech. I think that's ideal. I think
Yes.
that's great. You did awesome. Yes.
Thank you.
Did we lose title pending?
Oh, I see him as a speaker, but no, like little microphone with the slash through it. It's weird.
I'm not seeing him at all in the room, so
Oh
it could
shit.
be it's a me problem. I just want to make sure that his name is title pending, and so that picture, it's not that he's pending, waiting for the thing. You know what I mean? I just, that came out wrong. My words were not well, but you know what I'm talking about. I just want to make sure
Yes.
because I'm not seeing him either. So, just to give everybody a heads up. Okay, continue, Ross.
I'll just mention this. There have not been new orders today at all. So if you are new to this space, make sure you put in an order so we can approve you and you can get your cPanel.
I'm coming. I'm on my way. I am signed in. I'm just making sure I got the right domain. That's where I'm stuck. Okay. All right. I'm all in.
Let's go. That's the way to be.
Share some of them nuggets. Come on now.
Watch it, Butcher.
Ross, can I ask you something? Can I use my existing website? Okay, because some of the things I just want to put in there because subscription, for example, right? That makes sense. Blog. So, okay, cool.
Yeah, I see title pending. And title pending, your domain is not going to be what you put in. It is going to be something that ends in tsiprogram.org. Just a heads up.
Yeah, title. Join the TSI group. We all got the TSI.org. It's perfect.
I'm looking for Brian Orr um in the audience. Yeah, I am seeing him that he was having struggles, that he didn't know if we had started or not. He couldn't hear anything, but I have not seen him come back. So
I think
I want
yeah, I saw him a while ago. I think that's when we first started and it was
all
like
right.
kind of silenced. So
Well, I'm definitely marking down. The other thing too is that if I see you in space, I'm marking and taking screenshots so that we know that you're here, because we do understand that people do have to, take care of kids, eat, go to bed, have work in the morning, etc. And we want to acknowledge that yes, we see you and we have your presence here. I see that Huck's here too now. Just to make sure, because we do have to keep track of your faces and we know who's here. And if you can show up again on Thursday so we can make sure that you have all the pieces in place, because it's going to be, we're not going to do the same thing that we did in season 2 where it kind of drags on until the third session and we're still doing stuff. We can't do that because
I
each
know Brian.
session.
I can message Brian too. So
Yep.
and tell him.
Yep. Just make sure that he has a cPanel and that he's in the Slack channel. Thank you.
Gotcha, of course.
Well, if you got into the Slack channel, you had to have known that there was a link there and that you had to kind of follow the breadcrumbs, because I know Star Boss is also going to have that issue, but we'll get her all sorted away on Thursday morning. I see that, Shane. I think you're in the listener audience, and I have noticed that you did make a comment in the purple bubble. Shane, can you give me a thumbs up that you have found the Slack channel, found the necessary back channel, and that you have your cPanel friend? If you are not, make sure that you are giving us some signal flares, because I did see you, but I haven't seen you in the Slack channel yet. So, Shang, if you're having a hard time, make sure you give a hands up. Just wave your hand or thumbs up, please.
This is Rolodex. I submitted 2 on accident. I don't run them.
We are good to go.
Am I good? I think I am. I'm on my way to work now, so I'm driving, but I think I'm into the system.
And Rolodex, by the way, I did activate you and I deleted the other one, so it's not confusing. You can go ahead and log into your cPanel. And if you want a direct link with credentials to log in, just DM me and I'll send you a direct link if that's easier.
Thank you so much. I was looking to see if Dylan was in the room. Do you see that Dylan Hinkle is signed up correctly? Him and I have been interacting a lot, and he invited me to the room today. Said this is something we should be a part of. Want to make sure that he is correctly logged in. I'm going to go ahead and DM him as well.
He has been logged. He has been signed up since season 2, so he's all set to go.
Rock and roll.
I am not seeing his PFP in the room Rolodex, but I do think that he is all set.
Appreciate that.
All right, Ross, I think we're good to go. I see that Joe Ryan has also just arrived. Joe, I don't know if you are wanting to participate in season 3. If you are, you're going to need to get into the Slack channel. You're behind the 8 ball, but we can get you caught up real quick if this is something that you want to do. Karis is next to you, at least in my Twitter feed here. So if you definitely want to sign up and make sure that you are creating your website and your community with the WordPress, tag me in the DMs and we'll get you caught up if you need to be. If not, that's okay too. There you are. You've got a load of friends here if you need to get caught up. And if it's something that you want to do, we want to make sure you're there. All right, go ahead, Josh. Or not Josh, Ross. Jeez Louise. Yep, it's late. Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Yes.
That is a very expensive tiger. I will just say off the bat. Very expensive tiger. You have to think about it that for an average, let's say a sponsorship, you have to have 10,000 for people to kind of look at you, right? So, now granted, this is also back in the day, but if you wanted to be sponsored by any of the manufacturers, for instance, that I work with, you had to have 10,000 people in your community. And I can't even imagine you're spending 198,000 for just 3,000 people. That's insane. And you wouldn't be able to get it monetized to offset those costs, just so you know. That's just crazy.
Does it work? Can you hear me? Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's normal. Okay. Yeah, let's go high level. Actually, mine is free because of the way I got in. I just had to pay for my course, which was only like $400. Yeah. Um, I think what the new people coming in right now, they're being charged like 100 a month for, um, I'm not sure how many people though.
That's I think like Michelle's I think paying like 500-600 bucks to run the whole thing and then charging I think it's like 90 bucks each or something, right?
Yeah. Michelle, yeah, Michelle white labeled it.
Yeah.
So no, you're fine. Go ahead. I really don't know the back end stuff on that.
If my cPanel does not look like your cPanel, what do I need to do, or just wait? Yes, sir.
You're cool. You know, the reason why Ross is showing folks this is that sometimes we take for granted exactly how expensive some of these tools are and how high the barrier to entry is for normal everyday people. If you really want to compete on a level or even just grow your business, a lot of folks just don't know how much it's going to cost. You know, you're building out your business plan, you kind of have this general idea, but like we have discovered in the previous seasons that, you know, things can go wrong real quick if you don't understand your numbers, if you don't understand how you're going to be charged for certain things, and you don't know how these things can multiply and get ugly real quick. Some of the things that we were talking about with Vercel, sometimes you can grow too fast and then you don't know how to mitigate, those extreme costs. The reason why you show these things is not to scare people or to make you think, oh my gosh, I shouldn't be here, or what if I frack up and I get a giant bill in the mail. That's not it at all. It's to point out the fact that when you're in a digital playpen like we are right now, a sandbox. Go ahead. Yeah, you better not. That's exactly right. Is that he is showing this as an example that you need to understand where things are out in the wild. It's just like if you're starting any other business, let's say it's a lawn mowing business, you have to understand what other people are charging, before you go out and buy your zero turn mower and, get to town, mowing postage stamp type lawns, right? And then charging, you have to know the benchmarks ahead of time. But this is really important because, especially when it comes to communities, you're quantifying people not just in units of attention, but you have to understand that they're using an energy that's attached to them. And you are going to have to make sure that it's paid for. So these are the kinds of things that he's showing you, so that you understand also why we're white labeling it, why we're kind of going around the ecosystem, and why the playing field has become level for everyday folks to do extraordinary things. So that's why he's showing you these. But by all means, don't you dare buy it. You're not allowed to do or click on anything until Ross says you have to click this, and it's within our playground of the Slack channel.
Why they would do what? Though you said why they would do this.
It sets the standard. Once you've eaten macaroni and cheese that's made by scratch by your grandma's secret recipe, you're not going to fall for anything in a Kraft mac and cheese box. And so, if you play with the best tools right out of the chute, if you train kids just like I do, I give them my best tools. They tend to, get a little snobby about using the best tools when they do grow up and are able to afford those certain things. But that would be my guess. Well, wouldn't they have access to your community too? Okay, just tell us. It also unearths different uses. Here's the thing about open source in general. Open source is a powerhouse for innovation. And when you set things out into the wild, especially with random, unexpected, unconventional thinkers, they are going to do stuff with it that you never anticipated. How many people here use, Discord? Discord never imagined in a million years that it was going to be used as a primary ecosystem for, dabbling in JPEGs and pirate money. It had no idea that that's how those communities were going to have NFTs that, kind of token gated ecosystems that had nothing to do with gaming, but it did. And they were in the right place at the right time in order to kind of say, okay, we're going to let them hijack our brand, or we're going to let them hijack our ecosystem and modify it according to how they need it to work for this new emerging technology, which would be the blockchain, right? So if you have something that is open source and they're saying, hey, we're going to hedge our bets, we're going to take our chances on people that are self initiated, that tend to be kind of unconventional hackery type people, that kind of push the envelope and test the boundaries. That's one of the other really amazing things about, you know building in public. It's like when you share your idea and you're really scared about sharing it because you think someone's going to steal it. If it's a great idea and you're putting it out there in the wild, it's your own unique secret sauce that's going to make it, expand and go haywire and viral and things like that. In the hands of somebody else, it may not have the same kind of quality to it. They don't have your secret sauce, right? But it is one of the things that when you put that idea out there, your pocket family, your community, your people here can help look at it and say, hey, by the way, did you understand that you could actually riff off of that and use it in this way that you may not have thought about, And I think to a lot of times, or a lot of extent, a lot of tech companies especially, they foster that kind of ethos where you are working in a collaborative environment and you are riffing off of each other and creating different, spokes to a big wheel, right? So that would be one of the things that I would also point out.
Ross, Kirk had an issue with his, do you have it now, Kirk? Is he down in listeners? Oh my gosh, I can't see him. Kirk had a problem with cPanel. He didn't see what you were seeing. I just wanted to check with Kirk if he sees it now. Yeah, I didn't have the page either. There's just, in the upper right, you see my applications, my backups and applications browser. Maybe he just has to click on applications browser.
Hey, this is Rolodex.
Yeah, I see the links in Slack. I'm following directions.
So these links in Slack, it takes me directly to the login, and I deleted that preemptive install earlier that I did in cPanel. And I don't know if that, because whenever I try to log in with my credentials, logged into your cPanel? No. I mean, no, I have not. No. So I have cPanel opened up right now, and it's just a username password. Oh yeah, yeah. I've got the order, and then I go. So I go to the.
Here, just one second. Rolodex, are you watching the screen live? It's usually a slight delay, and Ross moves kind of quickly, but did you see him? He was showing you exactly how to get to the TSIC panel. Did you see that?
Maybe not. I've got the live screen on a separate screen. I've got my phone playing the audio, and I've got another screen.
I figured it. I knew that was it because you're new to the class too. So when you have your cell phone and you're listening, all right, so kind of set it on the desk next to you and then go and look at the live screen so that you can see where when you had the order and then at the top he clicked, follow the way that he's clicking, and then you will have you'll be at the same place that he's at, right? It takes a little getting used to, and I can guarantee you it'll drive you nuts, especially sometimes you'll look at his screen and it'll be a little bit too small, especially as the night progresses. Those letters shrink, I swear they do. So it is going to be kind of a little toggle, but follow what he's doing on the screen, okay?
All right, thank you so much. I'm following right now.
He's going to walk you through it real quick. So as he's watching, just watch the screen so you know where you're supposed to be. I see that Kirk also has his hand up. What did you need to say, hon?
I got a 401 error. Did you already cover that?
Ooh, I like errors.
Invalid security token when I clicked on the Slack link. Okay.
It's the little star up top.
Got it. I got it, hit it, and I'm there. Got all the icons.
X. The very expensive tiger. V tiger. Very expensive tiger. I am offended for you. It is obscene. I do not like that number. Rolodex, are you now where you're seeing that?
I'm typing in the password right now.
All right. We're gonna make sure that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Spaces and passwords. I can make up something. Hurry up. You know, if you mention my name, Ross, you'll get a good seat.
While that's going on, could I ask a quick question? That's super fast. Just the question is, when we go to that link, are we going to install at that point? Because I see an installation link at the next step. So we click on the vTiger link, and then do what? I think I did.
Kirk, I'm gonna guess that is definitely a Ross question, but I am going to assume that yes, you can install it.
Until Sarah gets back, the Spaces and password thing is: do not share your password on Spaces. Don't tell us your passwords. Don't tell us your logon information. If it's private information, keep it private. I think that was the instruction that was.
Kirk, I love you. I got nixed out of the space. Do not tell Ross that I got nixed out of the space because he will laugh at me. Yes.
Okay, so click.
Capital letters, any weirdness whatsoever will give you a headache. And a lot of times you won't be able to see that extra space, which is even worse. I see that Karis has her hand up, and I want to make sure that she has her question answered. And once again, I apologize for Twitter glitching out. Go ahead, Karis.
Hey kids, I am in the right spot. I went to applications browser. I went to vTiger. I hit install and I got error. One or more errors have occurred. No changes have been saved. Okay, I will wait.
Ross is making it look pretty. That's why we want to make it look pretty. Two things. Kathleen, your hand bolted straight up. Did you have a question before we move on? And then Karis also has a question. Kathleen, are you able to speak?
Yeah.
And did you have a question?
I don't have a mouthful, but sorry.
Sorry. You know what? I sense that. I have the spider sense. I was waiting until you took a bite just to ask. But yes, because you have a question, and then so does Rolodex and Karis. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page before we head forward. Did you have a
I
question?
think I had the same. It's the same thing. We're not there yet because I'm getting all these errors. So I'll wait. I'm ahead.
All right. So
What?
Ross is wanting you to stick with where if you're scooting ahead, way ahead, you haven't set up your domain with the CRM, and that is
No,
gonna.
it won't even install. So
Oh,
I haven't done that yet. Yeah, so I haven't done it yet.
all right. So I'm gonna put this out here right now. I love each and every one of you crazy maker types that look at it and go, "We're going wah 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 wah," and I just want to move ahead and click 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 click. Don't do that. It's really one of the hardest things for all of us to do because by nature, by entrepreneurial nature, you are not a direction follower. You are a like path paver, right? So in this way, try not to go too far ahead. If this pace is driving you nuts, because I know it is. Some of you are just like, dude, this is the biggest. I could have done this. Click, 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 click. That's what Thursday mornings are for because it's all consolidated down into an hour, right? And if you're really confident of the space, and you know that you can just kind of follow through, that might help you. But I just want to put that out there just so we don't frack up too many things tonight. Yep. Yes, exactly. Yes, it will be condensed down into under an hour. Karis, what was your question? And then Rolodex.
Sure. So I'm with you. Do you literally want me to type crm.rossman or crm dot what my domain is in TS? Check. So I'm still not doing it correctly. I'm typing crm dot my name dot tsi, and then where do I go once I'm not seeing where to go. I don't see it on my screen. I don't see document root file system section on my screen anywhere. Yes. Maybe I didn't go to domains. I'm trying to type in under location a domain.
Karis, take a screenshot and put it in the bubble.
Okay. So I was, yes, I was under applications trying to actually install something. So I need to be on tools.
And Ross, I can just connect that then all later, just a question, but I can connect it all later. I'll just do this and I'll connect it all later to my site, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm good. I have to work tomorrow, but it's all good. It's all good.
Karis, did you find the correct
Yes,
page?
I did, and I added it. Now I'm going back to the vTiger install, and it should be there as a drop down. Okay. Check.
Okay, wait. Don't go to the vTiger yet. Well, you can, Karis, because I know you know your stuff. Rolodex has a question, and so does Jeff, and we don't want to leave him behind. Rolodex, you go first, and then Jeff.
You rock, Sarah. So all my questions have been answered, but I did want to ask, is this something that you do for every time you install a new application to your platform? Do you create a new domain to keep it clean? Okay. And this just helps you track it. You keep it in like a spreadsheet. So every time you log in to work on a certain part of the software, you log into with that domain. Right on, right on. Cool.
I always bookmark it too. I am a notorious bookmarker because I'm deathly afraid of losing a stupid page and not figuring out where the heck I am. I know that most of you are more proficient than I am, but in the middle of the night, I'll tell you what, I just want to know where my pages are for the classes, especially. So season 3, I have a whole section and it's just season 3 is all pink little sticky notes and wonderful. So, keep it as clean as you can. Go ahead, Sharon, your hand just popped right up, and then we'll go to Jeff.
I just get an error. You must specify a subdomain. What did I do wrong? Okay, so I go out and where do I do that? Okay, I'm just out of okay.
All of the red, and I thought it was just me. So, all of the red is on the screen. Oh wait, actually, all of the red is on your screen, Ross. I am not looking at my screen. I have made the mistake. All right, wait. Before you continue, Jeff has a question. He might be lost in the ether. Ross or Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of am because I can't figure out where Ross is getting that drop down menu that he's selecting something out of before he goes in and creates the new domain with the CRM. So I'm not getting anything down at in the lower window to attach to that subdomain.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing, Jeff. So, and that was the question just before this one too. So he's going to show you one more time, but we're going to go to tools. And then in the search bar up at the top under tools, you type in the word domain. And it'll tell you at the top of the list, domains, create, manage, and delete multiple domains. That's where you create it. And then there's a big blue button that says create a new domain. And that's where you're going to make your own that says crm.jeff loves philosophy.tsi program, blah, blah, blah. Does that make sense? That's where you create it. And then it'll be available in the drop down under the applications when you're ready to do that bit.
I'm trying to do this and now it's telling me that created by Sharon because TSI program is already owned by another user. Do I then do something else? So I'm creating a new domain, right? That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, so I just enter domain and I just make whatever. Does it even matter what it's named? Okay, okay, okay. It's showing yours. That's so funny. No, I don't want Rossman.
Yeah, exactly.
So I just type in Sharon and then I create the new domain. Okay, that worked. And that's it. And then I go to subdomain or what? Or no, what was I?
Oh my God. I'm hearing a lot of,
So go back to installation. Where is installation now? Because I just don't understand what we're doing. That's why I'm asking these questions. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I did. Well, it's not even showing. I don't even understand. So CRM, it's not even showing. So do I have to refresh? Yeah, no, it's just showing Sharon TSI TSI program, but it's not showing the CRM thing that I just did. Okay.
And this is why being in the TSA island that we had talked about earlier, we're all in that playground. So that's how he can see you. And that's also how we keep ending up with his name, right? Is that it's all under that one kind of umbrella. I think that's what's confusing Jeff also, is that, he can see you, you can see him. And it is kind of confusing because you're bipping around. For folks that are toggling many screens, I know how frustrating this is, because you're listening on one screen on your phone and you're only seeing the faces in the room. And then you have to toggle between the live stream and then also your screen, which can sometimes, I do it all the time where I think I'm working on my screen and I'm just moving my cursor right over what Ross is doing on his screen
I think I
because
know
you
what
do. It happens. And so,
I
yes.
think the problem is force HTTPS reader. It's on off. I don't know. Maybe that's.
This is where you sit on your hands and just let him talk. Yep, it's the hardest part because you just want to bang on all the keys.
Okay, I see it. Okay.
Yay! We're all doing a touchdown. Everybody's hands are in the air. We're smacking you high fives.
Do I just click on it now? Okay. Okay. Sorry.
Wait. Ross, you've got Kathleen and Josh, or you got
Your
Kathleen
screen
and
is
Jeff
not caught up here yet.
and Kirk.
I'm
So
not caught up at
don't.
all.
Yeah, just hold on for 2 seconds, Ross. Yep. They don't have the red screen of yelling and ugliness yet, but they're all waiting there. They're like, please don't go fast. Kathleen, did you have a question real quick?
Well, I found the domain place like 4 minutes ago, and so now I'm trying to remember everything he just did in the last 15 minutes. I don't know what to do. I have my main domain there. So I already have a domain. I'm creating a new one. Okay, and I have to put CRM in front of it. Gotcha.
Okay, so
choose the
what,
option that looks like mine. Oh, the one I just created. Okay. Okay.
So I have to create a domain now. So now, well, but now I'm there and I don't have the screen that you have. So when I go on it, I don't even know. Oh, install. I can't see. Oh, wait a minute. Something is installation. Okay. So I just click on it. Why did I refresh? I don't even.
What? Who? Where?
Those are just Ross's cookies. That's it. Go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize my mic was still on. I'm trying to figure out how to get into that window he's got for the Installatron. I
Yeah,
got the
me too.
domain.
I just clicked on it and it's not. So if I go on applications browser, right? So I do not. Okay, and then I just installation. I don't get it. So I go on applications browser. What do I do? Okay, yeah, I'm here, and then I don't even have that window. That's just the problem. I'm not in that. I'm just not in that window. I just don't have what you have. I go on installation and I see vTiger, right? Overview. What do I do? Install application, or what do I do? Oh, that's what I have. Well, that's what I was missing. Okay, now I have the window. Okay, because you. Yeah, so CRM, or is it? I'm so sorry, but that was the thing that I was missing because you said earlier, click install or anything, so I was just holding off. Okay, thank you.
I'm being
Yes.
yelled at. Yes. Thank God.
Excellent. Jeff and Kathleen, I think Kathleen dropped off. Are you being yelled at?
Oh,
Jeff.
shoot. I keep forgetting to turn off. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out which one. I guess that's the same one that's on there. So
All right.
I think I'm good.
As long as you have all the angry red messages, then you are in the right place also. We are all be desensitizing together to the,
did
and
you
not a
click
blue
on
screen of
anything?
death. It's just angry red words. Okay.
Did you click on anything to get the red screen? I mean, I put the.
It was the install.
Okay, it was. All right.
Yep. Did you get there, Kirk? I know how frustrating this can be, and even talking it through, sometimes it's very painful that folks will be listening in on the recording and they're like, I just hear how like aggravated and anxious and upset because they're not getting it. Talking through these kinds of things together, sometimes you just hear that moment where it clicks. They're like, oh, Now I get it. But there is that air of tension and frustration. That's part of the process. And I know that it's hard for a lot of folks in here, especially the empathetics, empaths in general. It drives them nuts because they want to reach through the screen and just help someone. That is their superpower. That's their gift. And a lot of unconventional people. Go ahead, honey. Yes, I know you do. And that's why we have the perfect group here. You know, the caffeinated squirrel and everything else. We're giving you cookies behind the scenes. It is frustrating, especially when you are trying to toggle so many screens. But I will tell you this, be encouraged because it can be frustrating, but I guarantee you when you go back and you listen and then you watch the screen in real time, the whole world opens up because then you're watching and hearing in real time everything together. It makes no sense as I'm saying this now, but when you go back and you're watching the video, you're watching in real time Ross's mouse clicking and clacking all over the place. And you can have the split screen that you actually need, and it makes so much more sense. But right now, there is that frustration. Just know that it's part of the process that even a cocoon, you know, when you have a caterpillar in a cocoon, it has to struggle. It has to feel like a wool sweater that is wet and too small, right? Or a pair of jeans straight from the dryer where you have to kind of do the wiggle dance in order to get them on. It's the same kind of struggle, but eventually you'll get it and then you get to own it because when you're struggling through that and you're just ripping your hair out, when you yourself solve it, there's a sense of achievement because you finally got it and it clicked. And then you can hear that sigh of relief. I heard that with Sharon. She's like, oh. And when you hear that, oh, then you get it. And
Yeah,
you're
but the
thinking, yeah,
problem is that the screen is laggy and I'm looking at the space. So I think it might be better if we just do, because now we have voice on the stream. The problem is that it's laggy a couple seconds, right? And if
yep,
you
we
look
have
to
a
the
delay.
right and then you look to the left, Ross is already to the next 3 steps. That's just the problem. He's very fast with clicking, and when you look to one screen and then go to the other, it's kind of, yeah, that's a problem.
Yep,
So
it's
I think I'm
100%.
looking out of the screen.
And you get into the rhythm and then you figure it out. You're like, okay, I get it. And it's also not helpful that the speakers themselves and the listener audience hears us on a delay also. So you have a compounding of delays. So you have us speaking amongst ourselves, and then the listening audience is probably about a 10-second delay. And so then you've got, all of these things that stack on top of each other, and then folks that are doing this after they've already had a full day of work. So it can be that a lot, but just know you're going to get through it, and we're not going to leave you behind. And it will click, it will. And when it does, you're going to have just the sense of, I did it. And you can do the happy dance in your fuzzy slippers in the middle of the room when no one else is watching. And you can own that victory. It does, it happens, trust me. um, I see that Kathleen is back. I'm hoping that she's on the right page. Jeff, did you fix it? Are you all good? And Kirk, are you all good?
Yeah, I got the Red Angry. All I did is the quick install after dropping down and putting my CRN URL in, and now we're on the Red Angry step. So we're now waiting
Excellent.
for it to
Red angry
resolve
step.
the,
We are good.
yes.
Okay. Everybody's on the red angry step. We have all failed miserably. Look at that screen. Look at all that bleeding red type. We have fracked something up. It's wonderful. You are all in the right page. Ross, go ahead. Show us how to get out of this.
Oh, hell yeah. That's a good one, Ross. Nice. You may need to do that one more time, Ross, and a tiny bit slower. Just, I typed in the ini and I got the multi PHP in the editor. Okay.
When
From
I do
what?
my math,
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead.
I, I was just gonna say, which one was the 256? But keep the M. There's an M after 128M. Okay, we need the 526. Gotcha.
Real quick, Cash Money, do we have an extra space? Kathleen has a question. She needs to be up here. Oh, is she? Kathleen, can
I'm
you
up here
speak?
now. Less than
Excellent.
a second ago.
You know what?
Yeah.
It's the delay. So I'm not
Yeah.
even seeing you as a speaker, but I did see your hand. So
I heard you say
go
that
ahead.
earlier, and I'm like, no, I'm not there. So I'm back where it says the domain location where we're supposed to choose one, and it's showing I have like 4 to choose from that say CRM Kathleen. There's a HTTP CRM. There's a HTTP www one. HTTP. There's like 4. I don't know which one to choose so that I can get to where you guys are. Okay.
Kathleen, I can hear it in your voice. You're like, ugh. I don't know if Karis can be in a back channel with you, just
Yeah.
because you're right at that spot, and Karis knows exactly how to get past that spot, and she might be able, if you screenshot, to be able to get it so that you can get caught up quickly. That might be
So
a help.
yeah, basically we're not going in a linear fashion on how to solve all the problems. Ross wanted us to see things that needed to change to enable us to learn how to manage these tools on the back end. So a couple of times we've had to jump back to tools to figure something out, and then back to applications to see the error, and then back to tools, and then back to applications. So right now we're in tools. We all created our little subdomain that said CRM dot whatever. But now we're back in tools and we're configuring all of the domain and subdomains that we own to be able to handle what's about to come again in applications. Did I summarize that correctly? Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
what
So
panel
It
did you
is.
bring
It's
up any?
perfection when she does it. It's great.
So we're back in tools, and then everybody back in tools. Click on tools in your cPanel, and up in the tool search bar, you're going to type in the letters INI, and the very top thing that comes up is a piece of software called Multi PHP INI Editor. That's where we're at. And then down below that, you're going to select a location, and there's a home directory, and then there's your main domain, and then there's that CRM domain that we created. So both on your main, whatever your name is, .tsiprogram.org, and your CRM dot your domain name tsi.org, both of those places, you're going to want to click on one of them right now and scroll down to memory limit. So the in the column PHP directive memory limit is going to have just like a 100 something other megabyte number. You're going to change that to 256M. So you're basically increasing memory in memory limit to 256 megabytes. So you're going to do that there and scroll down to the bottom and hit apply. Now you're going to scroll back up to the drop down menu and do that for your subdomain, your CRM dot whatever your name is, .tsi.org. and do it again. So do it both of those places, or if you have more subdomains, do it every place. Okay, I'm done yammering.
Thank you. That was super helpful.
You know, it's all good. It's all good. Nothing. All good. All good. No, I just go back to, I know, I just go back to V-Tiger and try it again. Okay. And not for $2,000 a month. Okay, that's good.
Yay, it's installing.
I don't know if I should try or sprint. It is kind of cool. I appreciate it.
It's installing.
Got
I
a-
see a big
got a-
green pop.
I've got a barber pole. It's slowly crawling across the screen.
The barber pole. I love that, Kirk. And you see, can you hear the voices right now? All of the happiness and the happy dance of, getting to that point. There are still folks that are struggling. We know that. And we'll get you there too. But just send up a high five, smack the universe, say thanks. That's awesome. Look at all of our classmates that got through it. It is one of those things that it's showing you that yes, it can be done. And yes, it can be a struggle, but yes, it can be done. Jeff, I see that you have your hand up. Where are you, friend? We want to get you to the barber pole. You need a fancy mullet. I think that's what we need to do for you. Go ahead, friend.
So I'm just trying to figure out where Ross went after he got those settings changed to do that. The next step was he went in and changed a couple of things, put in a new name and something else, and I'm not sure where he did that.
So you configure, you added a subdomain, your CRM dot whatever, correct?
I should be. I got past all that. I just
Yeah, and the next thing you did under tools, you configured the server to have 256 megabytes.
got that.
Right. Okay. So now you're going to go back to applications, and you're going to go back to that big star that says applications browser again, and you're going to type in VTiger again, and then you're going to go back to VTiger.
I have to use. I have to do the search. I can't just hit the icon.
Well, if you see it, yeah, great.
Okay, and then do the install again.
Correct.
Because he went in and changed something on. Oh, there. Okay, domain.
Yeah. So on that domain, you want your CRM under your HTTPS colon
Oh,
slash
okay.
slash CRM
Yeah, and I don't.
dot that you created a while ago.
Okay.
30 that you created 30 minutes ago. So do the secure server HTTPS
Yeah. Okay.
CRM blah blah blah.
Okay, got that.
Yep.
And that's it. Just change it.
Yeah,
And
and so now I think you're okay, and we're gonna keep our fingers crossed, and you're gonna hit the big install button at the bottom right.
I did, and
hold your breath. Are you seeing anything red, or are you seeing the barber poles installing.
Oh, yeah, no, it's doing something else I don't want it to do.
Can you describe it?
Oh, it's trying to use my Google password saver.
Yeah, you don't care about that. Ignore that. Don't let it use your stored.
Well, it's
It never
very
ends well.
slowly installing.
But you got a barber pole, right? So there it is.
Yeah, I do. The biggest
Bum,
issue,
bum,
the
bum.
biggest issue is whether my battery dies before this
It won't.
finishes.
Don't even ask. Don't put that out in the universe. It's going to be fine. You're going to have your mullet, and it's going to be a very expensive Tiger knockoff. It's going to be our fake Rolexes that we're all going to wear, and as our trophies, our participation trophies today. It's going to be awesome. Kathleen, do you have the barber
Oh,
pole?
wait a minute. It says waiting. It's still waiting.
Oh, it's going to wait. It's okay. We'll
Okay.
wait.
Well,
Mine does
then my
too. You're
battery,
good, Jeff.
then the battery on my computer will die before this goes at this rate.
Well, then you need to find the little extension cord and plug that sucker in if you can
That's
do
the
it.
problem. The battery won't charge while I'm using the computer.
Jeez Louise, technology is designed to humble us. Okay, we're just sending you energy out into the universe, and it's going to collect in the storm clouds, and it's going to zap your computer like, one of those defibrillators. It will work just fine. Just
And
you
we
have to
also-
stay
The
positive.
installation
Yeah.
will continue regardless of whether or not you are logged in. This is happening on a
Well,
server.
yeah, no, I understand that, and this was the major thing to get through before my computer crapped out on me.
Well, you did, and this is going to work. Kirk, did you have your polls are still working on there? Kathleen.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix it because I did something wrong, and so
Yeah. Well, this is an
I
awesome
didn't
opportunity
get
to
this
fix it.
SSL, and so I gotta fix that, and so I gotta
If
fix
it's
it.
any consolation, I think it was season 2 or maybe no, it was season 1. And it literally took me an all-nighter because it would not go through and I was not going to be defeated. So, it just depends on how badly you want to, say, yes, I did it. And partially that's, because Ross, I knew I had an appointment with him and I did not want it to be a me problem. So, it is one of those things too that one of the beautiful things about communities in general or pocket family is that once you get to know each other, there's this friendly rivalry, back and forth that you kind of want to say, yes, I did it. And you become siblings in the sense that, yes, you're in the trenches together, but you're definitely going to say, I did it and you didn't. And then you can, kind of joke behind the scenes. That is the true measure of a community is you can laugh together in and amongst the tears. Kathleen, did you get yours done, love?
No.
I'm
So
gonna,
All right.
I'm
So
gonna
we're gonna
preempt you, Kathleen, because if you're watching the live stream, you would have maybe noticed that Ross ran into a big old problem and is having to uninstall. And I ran into the same problem and we're uninstalling right now. So if you haven't done this yet, sit on your hands a minute.
okay, can I ask some questions while you guys are doing all that so that I'm not just staring at the screen wanting to throw my computer? Okay, because I just want to tell you where I got this time because it's saying version 8.10 requirements are not met. Requirement values, it's the PHP, you're supposed to be 8.1 to 8.2. And the other question I have, because Ross just said something about passwords and passwords. Every time I go to install these things, they create a new administrator username and password. So are we supposed to be doing that? I haven't changed anything, but you scare me every time you say that. Like it creates a new administrator username and password each time, right? Okay. So we're just sit here until you uninstall and then wait to see what we do next. Oh. Well, I don't think it hasn't installed yet. It's telling me it can't because of a PHP requirement value.
Right.
Okay.
So that part is back on tools. You're going to go back to tools and you're going to, in the search bar up top where it says tools, you're going to type in the letters INI, which pulls up at the top of the list a thing that says multi PHP INI editor. This is the part where you need to increase your server capacity.
Yeah, I did that on both my normal name and the CRM name that we did before.
And you're still getting that PHP
And then I
error.
went to install, and that's what I got.
I'm going to leave this one to Ross if she's still getting that error then.
Is it something to do with configuring, selecting the location of the home directory? Like, do we have to do it with the home directory too? Because I have home directory and then two. Okay, well, I had my original domain name, and I just created this new CRM one, and I went to each one of them and increased the storage space to 256 meg and applied. Then I came to install that, so I don't know what it is that I'm supposed to be doing.
Ross, I thought we were just supposed to change the CRM one. Okay, good. Because Kathleen
Oh,
just said
wait.
she changed both.
Well, on the storage, right? And didn't Sharice just tell us go to your first one and change it to 256 meg and apply, and then go to the one you just created? I thought we were just increasing the storage. So we were supposed to do that on both things, right?
Oh, okay, but I changed the storage to 256M only on CRM. That's okay. So now I got the error and it's HTTP. What did I do wrong? Okay, I did something wrong. Do you see my error? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Kathleen Love, can you take a screenshot and put it in the Slack channel? That way they can look at it right away. I think I might have heard you incorrectly, but I'm wondering if you did what Sharon had said. Did you change 2 domains?
So Ross, while that
Yeah, I
runs,
thought that's what Sharice said. I thought we were just increasing the storage space. I thought she said do it on both of them.
I think I need to see the screenshot. I'm trying to understand. I don't want to say anything that will lead you astray, because this is the one time where you and I are a lot alike, that, you'll hear one thing and then you'll say, okay, I think I did it. I don't want to lead anybody astray. I want to understand exactly where you're at, because I don't want to add any more confusion to the confusing pot. Right. Okay. So make sure that you're screenshotting in the Slack channel so that we know what you're seeing, because that's the other thing. 1, we have the delay. 2, if we can't see what you're seeing, it's very difficult to figure out where you're at, but we'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. We will. There are a lot of really wickedly smart people in this room too, that can connect the dots for everybody. Jeff, your hand was up too. I saw it go up and then I saw it go down again. Are you having troubles too, friend?
No, it's just sitting there spinning and not advancing the barber pole. Oh, nope, it is. It is. Yep.
Well, the other thing too is that we're all on different technology. And I know that sometimes that can be very frustrating. There are people in this room that have old technology, and old technology does wonky things. If you're using, you know, a computer that is just the hand me down because you gave it to the kids, the good stuff to the kids to take to school, we get that and we understand it. We'll make sure that we can, you know, kind of thread that needle when we need to. Jeff, I know that if your computer dies, Kirk has also said the same thing. It'll fix itself behind the scenes. And then when we log in on Thursday, tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we can see what the wreckage is, if everything went through, and if not, it's a different ball of wax because you're everything that you go through tomorrow morning, it's almost going to be like muscle memory. Like you're just going to have a toggle in your head. You're going to go, oh yeah, I remember we were talking about this. I remember this, and it's a different kind of experience. So you'll figure it out, and we'll get you to the next step. So don't fret if you didn't get there this evening, if you didn't see the wonderful stripe, you know, barber pole. That's okay. We will make sure that you get there, and the guys are going to be looking behind the scenes because we are playing in a sandbox that has the wonderful little gates around the edges. They are able to see the accounts. So we'll figure it out. Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay. Mhm. So do I have to just do the process all over again?
I haven't tried yet, Ross, but I will say also I'm on Starlink, so it could be your guys' connections too. Just give it some time and it'll get there.
Look at you, Cash Money, Starlink. Look at you. I'm okay. Shall I just refresh? Okay.
Jeff, honey, I saw your hand go up. Are you still looking at the poll?
Oh, well, no, the poll was up to 82%. And then all of a sudden, you're going to be absolutely delighted, Sarah. I got a massive error warning. I mean, it's several lines long. I put a
Oh, but
screenshot in
take a
Slack.
screenshot and put it in Slack.
I did. So just go do a reinstall. Yeah, it times out or something. Do I need to uninstall first? Okay. All right. So,
It'll work, Jeff. It will work. I'm sending
oh
you
yeah,
the
I'm
vibes.
not stressing on it. It's just
Good.
I'm
We don't
I'm
want you
down to
stressing.
3% on my battery, so I just wanted to. I'm
You
going
know
to get
what?
it
It reminds
started,
us
and
of,
then I'm going to run.
did you ever see the Seinfeld episode where you're running out of gas and you just kind of keep pushing the car because
Uh-huh.
it's that moment. This is the Seinfeld episode where you're going to push that 3% and we're all going to root for you and it will work. Kathleen Love, did you finally get things to connect? I don't want to leave without you at least having a positive win for this evening.
If someone could just tell me how you upgrade this PHP to 8.1, it might work, but I keep getting the same error no matter what I do. Awesome, that's great. Thank you.
Can you show that on ooh. I'm not quite sure how that feedback came back, but is there a possibility to show it on the screen? Excellent. Mine's a delay, so that's why I didn't see it. Rolodex, you have a question. How was your first go at this? How did you enjoy the very first time in season 3, but also in a live ecosystem? Did you get everything that you were supposed to do? Did your little barber pole stop spinning and doing the thing?
It's one thing I appreciate most in life is a good teacher. And, I'm a very visual learner, and I didn't realize the type of learner I was until this mathematics teacher in high school sat with me and kind of taught me things backwards in the visual process. And every year at high school, I ended up going to school at 6 a.m. and meeting teachers and doing tutoring, to relearn how to learn. And the way that you explain it, walk through it is 200%. And I'm looking forward to moving forward to not just to grow, but alongside with you, but to push you guys forward. Reciprocity is going to stand strong here. With that, the install went really smooth. The first time it failed. It did. So the label, the warning or the code, the warning code told me that I needed to install it or uninstall it as a standard, so that you will need to uninstall. So I did uninstall it first. Yeah, I uninstalled it first, and whenever I reinstalled it, it was like that. It installed like in 5 seconds. So it seems like everything's 200% right now. I'm rocking and rolling. Thank you, guys.
I love this so much. I just do. And I love that the idea of reciprocity. Sometimes we help other people knowing full well that there won't be that reciprocity right away, but that it will be a pay it forward somewhere down the road, and that someone will come out of the woodwork in a random, unexpected way and come to our aid. Go ahead.
I saw it. I saw it. It's working. It's working. Thanks so much.
Well, I hope, Sharon, we're doing a happy dance. I hope that you have a restful night's sleep and that all of your good dreams catch you and that work tomorrow goes smoothly, because I know that you're staying up a little bit past your bedtime to make it work. And I'm glad that you're here. So have a wonderful evening, friend.
That's so cool, Sarah. Thank you for doing the happy dance. I'm outside now, so I can't really see it. The password I don't even know, but you can. Well, I don't even know. It doesn't matter. Oh, okay, 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 okay. That's cool.
I love our very inexpensive tiger. I think this is lovely. Our little knockoff Rolex. Look at that.
Not 200,000.
My tiger. That's what it is. Say roar. Do roar. Do the roar.
Ah.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
My emojis broke. I can't even do emojis anymore. Maybe because I did too many in the past. I don't know. It's not working.
Well, folks, if you did not get your happy dance tonight, you will get your happy dance tomorrow. We will make sure that in the interim, from now until our next class, we will make sure that you have all of the things that you need to have. It is frustrating your first time out or second time. Sometimes it just doesn't click. Sometimes you're just not in the right, brain space. That can happen too. But you have 6 days in between now and then, to kind of think about it, get caught up. Now that you have your little God mode in your free tiger, and you start thinking about what it is that you're going to be building, why it is that you're going to be building this ecosystem, what matters most to you and your purpose. These are all kinds of things that you should be sitting and thinking about, and finding out how it'll all interchange and interplay with one another. Each and every person in this room this evening has set this up or is in the process of setting it up. Just imagine for a moment how the cross pollination of communities, how incredible that would be, to be able to, grow your ecosystem side by side with people that understand exactly what you went through in order to get there. There's something profoundly special about that, and it's also a contagious celebration also. So be proud of yourself for what you finished this evening. And if it did not happen for you, that's okay too. We have until tomorrow and we have a full week to get caught up. I strongly suggest go back and listen. I know it's a long thing, but you can kind of parse it and pick and choose and then look at the actual stream because sometimes seeing it not in real time can help solidify those core concepts for you and make it click. And then you have that aha moment. Please share it with us. When it finally clicks and everything works together, just you don't have to share a screenshot or anything else. You can just tag us and say, I did my happy dance. And so that we can celebrate with you because these wins are important, especially for solopreneurs. No one's there usually in the audience giving you a standing ovation, right? Usually your wins are in the dark when everybody else is asleep. You're in front of a screen and no one else can hear you. Just kind of swivel on the chair and kind of giggle underneath your breath. But we can. And we are here to celebrate with you because it is a lonely slog. That's the best way to put it. A lonely, lonely slog when you are an entrepreneur or solopreneur and you're building something that those around you may not see. They may not understand what it is your passion project or why it is that you're willing to spend all night up trying to build something out. Entrepreneurs see opportunities where other people don't, and that often means that you're in dark, lonely places. But we see you, and I think it's great. It's glorious. It's wonderful. I'm so insanely proud of folks tonight. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. That your good dreams catch you. That those on the other side are friendly future dwellers on the other side of the pond. When you wake up in the morning, I hope that this has been entertaining at least a little bit, that it will capture your attention, that we will see you on Thursday in a handful of hours, less than 12 hours or something like that. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, make sure you tag us, put them in the DMs if you have to, but abuse the Slack channel. These are your compadres. They are your fellow warriors in the trenches. And sometimes, you know what, just talking it out, you're like, oh, how come I couldn't see that? Just having that idea that you can spar with one another and get it solved. So without any more, Ross, you want to close us out today? And also looking at barber poles. I think that was one of the major wins for this evening. So just so you know.
No, I love the closing notes. Ross, Sarah, thank you for just another beautiful evening. Season 3 kicking it off in just great form. I wanted to say that I didn't know I was going to come across another amazing teacher. I knew that there would be mentors in my life, and I learned new things. But Sarah, you remind me so much of teachers that I knew, back in early days of school. But you're bringing that to life in this new atmosphere on this digital platform for people, and I just can't thank you enough. I admire what element you bring into this chemical mix that we have here, and I love you for it. Very, very well done this evening. Ross, Nick, Alisher, I know you guys worked tirelessly over the last month to put together this launch, this event, what people are committing to, what challenge they're taking on. And I just want to say well done to you guys, kicking it off in such great form today. Love what you guys have done. Also, DigitalOcean, cPanel, Cisco, these kind of supporting forces, these pillars that are allowing people to do more, build more here together. We thank you guys for being part of this. Again, 9 a.m. tomorrow, right? 9 a.m. I think it's 11 if you're over in New York. We will be doing a recap, a post-mortem, as Sarah calls it. So please also check the ITT calendar if you're ever curious about an event. We put all of them on there. They have all the space links, all the agendas. So feel free to check out that calendar. I think Sarah was just mentioning this idea of collaboration, and I won't hit you guys with the key phrase, but I will just remind you that you're in a community of people who are online right now, taking a challenge to build a community, and communities are meant to cross-pollinate. People are interested in more than one thing. So finding a way to connect your communities and find ways to cross-pollinate ideas and conversations is critical. So don't walk away from this event here in the next couple minutes as we're closing up. Post in the bottom right and tell us what you're building. And I'm serious about that. Tell us what the community is for. Find somebody else and connect with them and say, hey, I'm building this. Maybe we can find a way to lift off together. Also, keep in mind the ITT is here for you guys. We're not going anywhere. You're not rogue. You're not building in a dark room. You have a community who's here for the build process. And then afterwards, we're picking a couple community members to partner with, to put on our calendar permanently, to make part of the ITT ecosystem. If you guys are interested in that, please do message us. We're going to take some applications as we get through these 6 weeks. Folks, well done this evening. I admire you guys for coming, showing up, taking the challenge. We're here for almost 4 hours now. That's a testament to each and every person who has stuck it out. Here. Well done to you guys. I would like to get some closing notes from Cash Money and Mattia, but before we do that, I just wanted to thank the folks who are in the room. Let's take a moment. Sarah, Morgan, Ross, Nick, Alisher under that TSI banner, Kathleen, Sharon, Smoke, Jeff, Kirk, Rolodex, Alisher, Karis, K-Bot, Title, Joaquin, Stephanie, Monique, AI, Blue, Cornex, let's see, Tony, Joshua, Prof. Zero, Matthew, Evolutionary, and Julie. Guys, thanks for sticking around for the very end of this whole session. Do keep in mind that at 2 p.m. Saturday, we have Innovators Think Tank number 63. I want to see some of you guys pitching, right? We have a great lineup. We have a bunch of segments that are coming in hot. So please set your reminders for that. We want to see your faces in the room. Ross, I see you got the Despicable Me hand up, and I also heard it, of course. What do you got, my friend? Anything else?
Good catch. That's very, very good catch. I appreciate it. It does say installed though. Should I just uninstall it? Headline. All right. I'll uninstall it, and then moving forward, should I go back and into the link in the general and repurchase the program? Okay. I think it was fast. I snapped my fingers and was like, man, I couldn't believe it installed so fast that second time. Okay, cool.
No, I love it. This is great. Yeah, look, I feel like Ross is hitting a buzzer beater. He's crazy, dribbling up the court. I'm like counting down the clock. We're looking at it. He just can't help but help people learn, you know. And you hit the buzzer beater, my friend. We love it. I'm going to give it over to Cash Money Mattia. The reason why, I know we're on a build course here. It's not Saturday. But last Saturday, I fumbled the ball. We did not get closing notes from these guys. You guys got to hear from Cash Money and Mattia before we go on our week here and keep having a good time. Cash, I'm going to go over to you, sir. What do you got?
I just want to say real quick, guys, that congrats to everybody getting everything installed and figured out. V-Tiger is pretty awesome. Once you get in there, just go explore and look around. I've been doing that for the past 10 minutes. It's pretty awesome that Ross and the gang are hooking us up with such cool and useful tools. So shout out Ross, Nick and Alistair, and all the partners. This is truly the gift basket of giving gifts of all gifts right here for your digital backpack, as Sarah would say. And yeah, thanks to everybody that stuck around and all the awesome questions. I know it seemed like people were going through some problems today, and let me tell you, it helps the people that are listening back, or the Londoners, as Sarah would say, and that are already asleep, solve their own problems that maybe they came across, and Ross isn't there at the moment. But yeah, if you have any more questions, I'll be in the recap space tomorrow, and over to Mattia.
That was killer. Everybody have a wonderful night. TSI crew, Sarah, as always, thank you so much. And yeah, just stop by tomorrow if you can. If not, we'll catch everybody on Saturday. Have a great night.
Oh my gosh, I never heard Mattia before. This is wonderful. My emojis are not working again, but hey, thanks Cash Money, Calf, Josh, and Mattia. Without you guys, it wouldn't be possible. I heard Mattia for the first time. Yay!
Let's go. There's a first of the season, of the week. First time you hear Mattia. First time we get V-Tiger into Free Tiger. It's all coming together, folks. Look, I love you guys for sticking around till the end. I know it's a Wednesday night. Sarah, you kicked it off, said, look, we're on hump day. Now we're over the very first week here of this whole course. Well done, guys. Have a beautiful week. I'll see you on Saturday. And as always, I'll leave you with these 3 words: peace, love, and innovate.